Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. This is a counting nightmare. Welcome Tag, welcome Mia. Good to see ya. More Shadowbringers. Okay, I was letting the in-game music play. Alright, more Shadowbringers. To the Crystarium. Ilmeg was such a good zone. It's my favourite zone in the game so far. I just love the story and everything of it. Yeah, we finished off Ilmeg last time. We gathered all the MacGuffins to open up the castle so we could go in and fight the king of the Fey people. He was also the Light Warden. That was Titania. And that was a really cool fight. I like that. We defeated them. And apparently whoever defeats the Fey King becomes the new Fey King. So we were almost turned into a Fey. But our friend, what's their name? Fio All stepped in to take over that that thing for us. Take over that responsibility, yeah. Yeah, Fio All. So Fio All is now the new Fey King. And they're really pretty. Oh. So yeah, the fairies are now a useful ally that we get to call upon at some point. As a reward for defeating the Light Warden for them. Yeah, that was a really good zone. So we've defeated 2 Light Wardens. So apparently there are 3 more, I think is what Thancred said. We're just trying to find out where they are now in each of their respective zones. Yeah, so the twins have gone back to their zones that we found them in to find the Light Wardens there. And the rest of us are going to go to the Rak'tika Greatwood, where Y'shtola is. So hopefully we get to meet up with Y'shtola today. Forest. Whoa. Looking forward to that. Oh, keep trying to mount. Also, we had several meetings actually with the Ascian Emmett Silk. Yeah, the one who is the original emperor of the Garlean Empire, Solus. Yeah, and he tried to convince us to like work together with him. And we said no, because who would trust him? And so he's watching us apparently, which is a scary thought. But he's around, taking note of what we're doing. He did say that we've ruined a lot of their progress towards making the rejoining happen, so that's a good sign. That means this world is no longer about to get destroyed. That's if he's telling the truth. Who knows? Yeah, so Alphino is going back to Kalusia to find that Light Warden. Alizé is going back to Arang. And the rest of us are going to go to the Greatwood. Rak'tika. The first time they've bothered entering through the proverbial front door. That's an interesting line. Alright, Crystal Boy. Before you leave, I would make a request of you. There is a church, or rather the ruins of a church, at Fort Job. Might I ask that you go there before seeking out Y'shtola? It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet within that hall there remains a tablet, whose writings I believe may prove of use to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considerate proposal. Very well. Ere we depart to Rak'tika, we shall journey unto Fort Job that we might secure this relic. Safe travels, Melchan. I pray that tablet and its contents prove of interest to Ishtola. Oh yeah, it sounds like he's not on good terms with Ishtola. I don't know if she's still angry at him for summoning her, or if something else happened. We shall find out. Alright. Fort Job. It's just over here. I have flying unlocked here. Whee! Thancred and I have come across these ruined churches before. I wish I could have seen them before the flood. The windows were works of art, I'm told. I do not doubt this place may weather another assault by the Sin Eaters, but they cannot hope to hold it should the Yulmoran soldiers return. Even with their limited numbers, the guard can use the terrain to their advantage. Perhaps I can convince the captain to lay a few traps out in the field. That's a good idea. Here amidst these ruins we will find the Church of the First Light, and within that hallowed hall, the tablet we seek. Time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. Hat. I do not doubt this place could weather another assault by the Sin Eaters, but if the Yulmorans return in force, it will be quite another matter. A little faith. Urianger appears lost in thought. But we're up to level 74 now. We're approaching the halfway point of Shadowbringers. Of 5.0 anyway. At the height of Lakeland's prosperity, these sites served not as man's final bastion, but as testament to his ingenuity and architectural prowess. The Church of the First Light was responsible for many such marvels, building majestic chapels in every corner of the realm. Alas, the flood with its inexorable tides would drown nigh every one, and did all but put an end to the religion as a whole, for the creatures which then did rise from that fulgent deluge were seen as agents of divine punishment, sent to devour sin and sinner both, whence came the name of Sin Eater. The people were lost, seemingly forsaken by their god. Yet where there is light, there hath ever been shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of these worshippers of shadow did then migrate to the Rak'tika Greatwood, but that is a tale for another time. For now, let us find what remaineth of the chapel here. Yeah, this looks like it was a chapel. Despite their architectural prowess, I can make neither head nor tail of anything in this place. You would think the remnants of a church would be more conspicuous. Oh, I think it looks like a church. Would be most unusual, but mayhap the hall was built below ground. Where's Minfilia? There she is. I've seen no sign of the church, but it must be around here somewhere. Hey, Walken. Still haven't been able to get in-game during waking hours. Ah, sorry to hear that. You've been playing Minecraft instead? Ooh. Hope you're enjoying Minecraft? Here we go. Why are there torches down here? Like lit torches. Are they still using this place for something? Aye, this is indeed the church we seek. It's surprisingly intact. What little is left of the churches I've seen until now has always borne the scars of decades of disuse. Its subterranean construction hath done much to protect the hall from the ravages of time, yet the reason for its remarkable preservation may be deduced from its decoration. As faith in the light did wane, so rose reverence for the dark, and its followers did want for places of worship. To be plain, the standards which do adorn these walls belong not to those who built them, but to worshippers of the dark, the Knights Blessed, who subsequently migrated to Rak'tika, yes? Indeed, 'twas beneath the shaded boughs of the Rak'tika Greatwood that they finally found sanctuary. Often, many times did Yulmore make spurious overtures of friendship unto them, but they are no fools. The Exarch knoweth full well that Ishtola, in her seclusion, doth labour to learn all she may of the blessed in their past. 'Tis why he sent us here, I now see. The tablet of which he spoke no doubt provideth a glimpse into the history that she so yearneth to comprehend. Well then, we'd better hurry up and find it. Bum, 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 bum. Search for the tablet. I can barely see my hand in front of my face. If only that torch were a little closer. Yeah, why are these torches lit? If they're not, if the worshippers aren't here anymore? Were the tablet a fragment of holy scripture, 'twould most assuredly rest here on this altar. Yet this would, I presume, also have been where the blessed placed the font of seeing used in the practice of their faith. Whither, then, would they have set the tablet? Whither, then? Whither, then, indeed. Can anyone tell me what this infernal tablet even looks like? I'm gonna guess it's some stone with writing on it. Search your surroundings for the tablet. Got a little FPS segment. Ba-ba-bum. Bum, 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 bum. I found Urianje. You just said the same dialogue. Is it under? No. Oh, no, found it. Ding. I found the tablet. Hey, Lauren. Apparently the hornbill is in every one of these. Oh, the FPS segments? Ah. That's pretty funny. And kind of scary too. Within the altar, thou sayest. Wonder if I can still see the hornbill. Can't find it at the moment. How are you able to see it in the dark? And inside the altar of all places? I certainly hope this is what we were looking for. Naught escapeth thine eye, 'twould seem. This is indeed the tablet we seek. Curious. These engravings predate the Knights Blessed. If I am not mistaken, they are written in the script of the ancient empire of Ronka, whose capital once stood in the midst of what is now Rak'tika. 'Twill be no small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seeker of truth. 'Tis plain the Exarch understandeth Ishtola only too well. But come, Let us quit this place and make ready for our journey into the woods. Tancred mentioned Ishtola's passion for learning. I expect the tablet is just the sort of thing she'd like. Should we not be going? We have a gift to deliver. Alright, fine. Into the dark. Legs. Urianger is ready to leave, but not before first offering a piece of advice. Ere we depart, there is a custom of the Knights Blessed which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one might expect, they deem light to be abhorrent, and everything it touches befouled. Thus do they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from its taint, including their very names. To speak plain, it is the belief of the blessed that one's own name must never be uttered in the light of the everlasting day. Yet this commandment precludeth not the use of another's. Thus do parents protect their children, and, in rare cases, masters their disciples. Interesting. Oh, okay. So it is that Ishtola hath taken the name of Master Matoya. Lest we offend them, I bid you speak not her true name in the blessed presence. Alright, I've been wondering all this time why Urianger used the name Master Matoya in the opening cinematic. With that in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth vigil at the Greatwood's border. And that cinematic is very deliberately set up to fill you with so many questions and to be very misleading in a lot of ways. It's pretty funny. Bum, 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 bum. I know I have no reason to, but I can't help but feeling nervous about meeting Ishtola. It will be good to see Ishtola again. I pray thee heed mine explanation of the blessed customs. 'Twould be ill-advised to provoke their ire. Well met, traveller. What business brings you here? Let me in! Yes, of course. Right this way. Bum, 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 bum.
No matter how far he goes, man cannot resist looking back on the path he has walked. The untold stories and secrets of the past can be more alluring than the promise of tomorrow. And so he braves the forests of Rak'tika in search of mystery and wonder. Of Ronka, to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
We have arrived. Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable. Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold.
I was listening to the music. Jeez. Bugger off.
No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule!
Who invited you?
Forgive me. A sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days. Exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
He's such a nice person, isn't he? Hey, Eurochan. There's a fish that spawns at exactly 6 AM, so you can time it to the LA-HEE in the music. That's amazing.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
Can we simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows? Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
No, I think not. I am an observer, nothing more. Even shielded by the shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
Music begins again. Thancred scowls as he smells a rat. Yes. Thancred has told me of the Ascians and what they have done. If he isn't willing to help, is it wise to let him stay with us? I mean, I don't think we can get rid of him. If he never opened his mouth again, it would be too soon. What is it now? Do you expect me to regale you with friendly banter? Oh, very well. I will humour you this once. You may consider it my latest act of good faith. Come on then, what do you wish to know? Why choose this form here in the first? Yeah. Well, well, what a curious question. Mortal flesh is but the vessel into which we Ascians pour the elixir of our souls, moulding it as it fits the occasion. Or not, if we so choose. Be it for a year or a millennium, I prefer to retain the same form until my duty is done. So, after arriving here in the first, I fashioned some hapless body into the man you see before you. Though as your friend over there can attest, there are those of us who forego such alterations. He was ever the rash one, La Habrea, jumping from vessel to vessel, never heeding the toll it took on him. So La Habrea could have permanently messed with Thancred's form. Ugh. Actually, never mind. If you've nothing to ask me, why are you still here? Don't you have wardens to vanquish? A realm to save? Sure. What's with that pose he has? He's like all hunched over like a gremlin. 'Tis plain our Ascian counterpart meaneth to follow wheresoever we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these woods. Verily, it pervadeth every corner, and so long as the Light Warden remaineth, the Sin-Eaters shall be free to prey upon these lands without surcease. If naught is done, 'tis but a matter of time before the blessed succumb. 2 years past, a swarm of Sin-Eaters did lay waste unto their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests in so doing. Though some few did survive, they knew not how to go on, wayward souls in want of a guiding hand. For a mercy, Ishtola hath provided that which they sorely needed. They have since endeavoured to restore their home, and thither shall we bend our steps, to Fort Gone. You love Emmett Silk, he's such an asshole. Yeah, he's a fun villain actually, I'm finding him just very entertaining. What is that? An acorn? Ugh! Hi. Zero compunctions, just unreservedly a trollish gremlin, yes. Hey Kalishtar, welcome, how are ya? I've just entered the Greatwood. Rak'tika. Wait, die. Thank you. The queue's treating me right? Mostly, yeah. I start logging in when I wake up, and then by the time I'm ready to stream, I'm logged in. Yesterday, though, I went AFK for just a little bit too long, and I got booted. Oh, what are the fate names? Dark Matters? Barking Mad? Shot through the heart? Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. Oh, that's a lot of people. Okay, they're from a fate. An MSQ roulette for you. Good luck with that. Wow, it's been pretty dire on your end. Oh, sorry to hear that. What was that? Hello, Gremlin. Well, where is this friend of yours we've come to meet? We? You're not... Yeah. We both know how Urianger enjoys painting pictures with his words, but he did not exaggerate about this place. Urianger said they were rebuilding, but there's no one here. There's an Aether Current. I have to remember to grab that in a second. Aw, sorry to hear that, Kalishtar.
I see little sign of recent activity, nor hath any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction.
They have to abandon this place for some reason?
Mayhap Y'shtola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Now! Surround them!
Well. If it's Silk does it too.
These Sin Eaters, they're not like the others.
We're not Sin Eaters. We eat Sin Eaters. Or something.
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
How is it they can speak?
It's a Sin Eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
Please, we're not Sin Eaters. Kupo? ... I have to see what this one does. It's completely, it doesn't fit the tone at all, but I have to see what happens. You've been reduced to pugging the raid now? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
That will seem a lot less amusing when we are forced to kill them.
Spoil sport.
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives.
I'm sorry, there was a funny dialogue option.
You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so I retire to the shade. Good luck.
Emmett Silk has left the party.
There! Did you see that one disappear? I think I preferred La Habrea.
Did you though? Really? You of all people?
Enough. Runar, report.
Ashtola.
Master Matoya. We apprehended them as you ordered, but are you certain these are Sin Eaters?
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not Sin Eaters, then what?
Thumbnail possibility? Yes, that will be a good thumbnail. Yeah, I'm loving FF14. I definitely don't regret starting it up. It's great.
Tis passing queer that Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy, is it not?
Yes, that is odd.
Mayhap it hath been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether. Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
Nay, I recognize you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
And why are you suspicious?
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company. The one I know not.
Interesting. Hey, Honora? Sin Eater Eaters, yes.
There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Sorry, I had a Sin Eater for dinner.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us. Though she is but recently arrived here in the First, not one but 2 Light Wardens have already perished by her most puissant hand.
It cannot be.
Hit me. It's been too long, clearly. Nice to see you too, Master Matoya. You truly thought me a Sin Eater. I mean, she sees by sensing ether now, so I don't really blame her. Nice to see you too, Master Matoya.
Master Matoya?
Lower your weapons. Forgive us this hostile welcome. Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Rak'tika and its people.
Yo! Among Us. Sus. That ended a lot better than it might have. No thanks to Emmett Selk. I didn't expect her to be so imposing in person. Yeah, you don't want to be on Ishtola's bad side. That she should imagine her a stranger. Sorry, just gotta go get that current. Current. Do you know LA-HEE? Yes, this music is it was very overwhelming when I first heard it. I like it though. You have been busy since arriving in the first, I gather, but I would hear the tale of your travails in more suitable surroundings. With Fort gone yet to be rebuilt, the Knights Blessed have made their home in a settlement to the northeast. I will await you at its entrance. Follow the path through yonder gate, and you will find me soon enough. Yes. Also, I should reactivate the XP bonus. There you go. Num. Good song, yeah. I'm really enjoying the music of this expansion so far. Tree. Oh, that song from the first trial, the Titania fight. Oh, that was some good music. I need to find out what that's called so I can go listen to it some more. This is their home, currently. There you are. I was beginning to worry. Much like the 12s would, this forest has a way of dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. But I digress. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed. There's like 3 songs you know that everyone gets a kick out of. LA-HEE, Chicken Tenders, and Big Fat Tacos. What was Chicken Tenders? That rings a bell. I forget what song that is though. Your old FC used that in the guild hall a lot. That sounds fun. A new edgelord class? Yeah, Reaper. I'm leveling it actually. It's really fun. Also, the Skaven Reaper weapon is a chainsaw scythe. Thank you, Nero, for the chainsaw scythe. It's really cool so far. I'm enjoying it. Not sure, but the remix and the twinning is amazing. Oh, the twinning song's a remix. Okay. Yeah, I've heard the twinning song. That is amazing. I can't wait to get there. I forgot that's this expansion, isn't it? Have you ever seen such a tree? To think these are only the roots. Whoa. Big tree. Finally, a place to rest. To make their home here, and so swiftly, would surely have required no small amount of ingenuity. A most impressive feat, wouldst thou not agree? Sure, I'll talk to you in a second. I just gotta go... click that too. Hey, Trinant. Yeah, I just made it to the Greatwood, Rak'tika. Where you meet Ashtola. Something to look forward to then. Reaper? Yeah, Reaper's really fun. I'm really enjoying it. It's I was wondering if Reaper and Sage would have proper quest lines, and they do. So I'll try and get Reaper up to 80, and then we can go through the Reaper storyline. The Reaper lady is a very no-nonsense woman. I like her.
Slitherbow is the largest of the blessed settlements. They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself. It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the flood. I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people.
Feast now.
Now, I would hear of your travels away from prying ears. Come.
You thought the zone was called LA-HEE? Might as well be. Latoya music. That's funny.
I see. And now you seek the Light Warden of Rak'tika.
Yes, I hunger.
In the days after I arrived in the First, I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust. And thus did I strike out on my own.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like that mental image of her just being fed up with his nonsense. Like, you know what? I'm out.
My work eventually led me here to the forest, which I have come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Well, go on then.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka. A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya. Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded. Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire. Any attempt to enter their territory is met with lethal force. They offer no warnings, and suffer no trespasser to escape.
Okay, but can we talk about their spiky high heels? Those high heels, they got 2 spikes.
Needless to say, my every attempt to survey the area has been thwarted.
Mayhap the Warden hideth there, full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
Or maybe they're protecting the Warden.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me. Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
If there is aught I can do to assist thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Urianger. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city? Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
I must say, Ishtola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd. But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
Oh, got a bit of a barb there.
My struggles are none of your concern. Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed. If you'll excuse me.
Stop fighting, kids. Jeez. We've got work to do.
He understands that I'm not the same. That I'm not her.
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept. The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life.
Although maybe Thancred needed someone to call him out on it.
But you need not make any hard choices now. Why not go and get some fresh air, clear your head?
Mum and Dad are fighting. So welcome, Adrian. Welcome to the stream. Bum, 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 bum. I wish I'd never. Aww. Don't finish that sentence, Minfelia. When Ishtola first arrived in the First, she made swift work of the Cabinet of Curiosity. Her thirst yet unsated, she then journeyed hither, seeking the wisdom of Ronka. She found little in the way of welcome from the Blessed, however. It was not until the Great Fire, where she denied the Sin-Eaters a feast of aether, that she gained their trust. Since then, I have served as liaison twixt Slitherbow and the Crystarium, that she might be kept abreast of the others' efforts. I should go drop in on Matoya back in the source next time I'm back there, just see if she's got anything to say. A day in the neighbourhood. Ishtola staring off into the distance, lost in thought. I am not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nevertheless, I will not apologise for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He has ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I will continue to expect. Though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves in spite of our present circumstances. I can but imagine how Alizé and Alphino have changed since arriving here in the First. Change is part of life. We can but hope it's changed for the better. Perhaps you should be concerned with how you have changed. It's kind of a weird thing. Change's part of life. You're right. And after my untoward remarks to Thancred, no doubt he thinks I changed for the worst. I'll have to speak with him later. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand, I really must begin work on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, Perhaps you should take a look at that slitherbow. If there is anything you need, pray speak with Runar at the plaza. Yeah, I'm loving Shadowbringers. Yeah, it's really good. I've instructed Runar to help you with anything you should require. Can I go through here? Oh, this is the exit. Okay. But what's this door? Nothing. Ether current. Ooh, there's one to the north. Very close by. People from all walks of life are welcome among the Knights Blessed. Our faith in the dark is infinitely greater than the sum of our differences. Some nice crops. Welcome, friend. Welcome. My apologies for our less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? From the Crystarium. I see. And this tablet you brought may help us find the Light Warden here in Rak'tika? Well, you are welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Come, let me show you around. Would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, of course. Anything for the guests of our dear Master Matoya. Thank you. She means a great deal to the Knights Blessed, doesn't she? If not for her, we may have all perished in the Great Fire. With our priests slain and our home in ruins, we were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back, and with her sage guidance, we were able to rebuild. Before long, she became a central figure in our community, a great oak within whose shadow many have come to find solace. That is not to say there were not those hesitant to grant an outsider such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is the smile in her eyes when she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again, now that she is with us, and I have no doubt the others feel the same. She is as much a part of the Knights Blessed as any of us, and we are grateful for all she does in service to the dark. But you did not hear this from me, yes? Now, you should know there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere to, so long as they reside within Slitherbow. To show reverence to the dark? In a word, yes, but fear not, it is not too involved. Let us begin with something simple. Follow me. Hey Freak, how are ya? Tony the Tiger has a crush on Cat Mum, yes. What's this? Shiny. Oh, not allowed to go there. Alright. Seeing if there's... Ooh, here we go. More people to talk to. The unchanging sky makes it difficult to judge the passing of time. That is why it's so important to have our meals at the same time each day, to help our bodies maintain their natural rhythm. I still remember when I first came here as a child. Everyone was still dressed in garbs of all sorts and colours. We'd yet to find any sense of community back then. Triple try again. My brother and I came here 2 years ago after the Great Fire. It still hurts to think of home and all that we've lost. Runar, best boy. Morgul. What's this? Just an exit? Yeah. Hello. All are welcome here at Slitherbow, though there have been few if any newcomers since the attack on Fort Gone. Knight's blessings upon you. Is there aught you need, friend? What do you adore? I am but a simple worshipper of the dark, a follower of the Knight's Blessed. When not tending to my chores, I teach the children their letters and share with them what little history I know. I also teach them the importance of respect for their peers. The Knight's Blessed judge not by appearances, but by the content of one's character. Oh yeah. Good. Wait, did I ask you the other thing? Yeah, I didn't ask you the other thing. Sorry, talk to you again. Silence and Sanctuary. That is what you find in Slitherbow, so aptly named for the broad branches above us, and the serpentine shadows they cast on our village. Our founding was over 90 summers past. The flood had taken near everything from the people back then, and when all hope seemed lost, they came to realise that where there is light, there must be darkness. That realisation led to the worship of dark you see before you. In the end, we settled here in Rak'tika, where the shade of the trees serves to remind us of our faith. We live a simple life, but it has not been without its hardships. 2 years past, another of our settlements, Fort Gone, was razed to the ground when the Sin Eaters attacked. But thanks to Master Matoya, we've managed to restore some semblance of normalcy to our lives. Hello. Many creatures we know and do not know call the Greatwood home. So it has been since antiquity. Those that pose a threat to Slitherbow, we deal with using all means at our disposal, and there is no greater means than knowledge. We use these jugs to produce yeast. Of all the goods we have to trade, it is perhaps the most valuable. I thought Master Matoya kept her room dark because she didn't need the light, but they're all like hers, aren't they? Should you see any of our people come to this chamber, they have likely returned from a journey beyond the borders of Rak'tika. We use the water stored here to cleanse ourselves of the light's impurity. A simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but it is one of our most important. Would you two kneel for just a moment, that I might rid you of the light's impurity? Oh. We mustn't be rude to our hosts. Please, this will only take a moment. Man, your backstory sure is sad. Want to play some Triple Triad? Yes. As Runar lightly sprays you with water, your skin begins to tingle. Ooh. More tingly. And with that, you have been cleansed of the light's blighted touch. How do you feel? I'm not sure, to be honest. Not refreshed exactly, but I do feel different. Has this water been treated in some way? Only blessed by our priests, they are practiced in the arcane arts. As such, it is said their prayers imbue the water with a faint dark energy. A prickling sensation? No one has ever spoken of such a reaction before. I wouldn't say it was an unpleasant sensation, but I too felt something strange. The dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effect. Unless... By the gods! Master Matoya was right! You are Sin Eaters! No, we're Sin Eater Eaters. I jest. What you felt was likely no more than the chill of the water. Perhaps now would be a good time for you to acquaint yourselves with the people of Slitherbow. For that, I must teach you a customary greeting. Alin Tuta. In the language of Ronka, it is one of several ways one might say, good evening. The world is not as safe as it once was, and this greeting lets us quickly discern friend from foe. Is there a handshake or gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. You need not worry. Merely speak the words Alin Tuta, and they will know you as friends of the blessed. I will await your return here. Now go. They are like to be heartened by your knowledge of our ways. Enter Alin Tuta to greet the villagers of Slitherbow. Radioactive shower. No need to be shy, my friend. The blessed are a warm and welcoming people. Look at all these candles. So pretty. Hello, did I talk to you? I think I did. Yeah. Meryl! Compared to the guardians of Ixmaja, we are but children newly come to the Greatwood. But they leave us be, so long as we keep away from their territory. /say Alin Tuta. Case sensitive. Alin Tuta. The elderly woman smiles warmly. Oh. Hello. Anyone to talk to in here? What is this? Ooh. The Darker. Looks like a ritual chamber of some kind. Hello. Oh, it's you two. Sorry. Wrong place. Away with you. Rude. Alin Chisi. Welcome, friend. I take it you will remain in these woods for some time, yes? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison in near everything you see. But fear not, our medicinal tea will keep you healthy. Ask and it is yours. Ugh. Everything's poisonous. Ugh. You are more than welcome to our medicines, friend. You need only ask. A great many of the plants near Slitherbow can be used to make dye. Though but tatters of their former glory, the purple standards surrounding the village's entrance are a testament to the abundance of materials at our disposal. Hello, have I talked to you? Yes, I have. Have I been in here? Hello? Have you heard? The Warrior of Darkness has returned knight to Lakeland and Ilmeg. I imagine it won't be long before the prayers of the Greatwood are answered as well. Years ago, a new arrival came who brought triple triad cards with him. As we had little in the way of amusement here, the game quickly grew in popularity. When you have a moment, we must have a match. Yes, we will. Later. I've no business with strangers. Rude, you were talking to me before. Ah, a newly come traveller, Alin Chisi, and welcome to Slitherbow. You must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are a quiet and taciturn people. Silent and serene as the sunless sea, the quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of eaters and other dangers here in the woods. Tread lightly, friend, and may the shadows keep you. All done. I hope your stroll about Slitherbow proved enlightening. Everyone was so kind and gracious. I was nervous at first, but already I'm starting to feel at home. There is still much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see now how they've built such a thriving community. Bum, 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 bum. I can see now how they've come to thrive in these woods, even with all the sin eaters. A helping hand. Judging by the glint in Runar's eye, there's more for you to learn about Slitherbow. Ah, you are returned. Very good. No doubt they were glad of your company. It has been too long since we have had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions, or there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Speaking of which, we must arrange food and lodgings for your stay. As friends of Master Matoya, we cannot ask for payment, but if you would be willing to lend a hand... I'd rather not. It'll be my pleasure. You can be very rude. A total asshole warrior of light/darkness. We are fortunate indeed to play host to such generous souls. The task I have in mind is simple enough. All I ask is that you take a jug and water the crops in the square. May I help too? Of course. One of you can do the filling and the other the watering. Speak with Ursabel when you're finished. She'll be relieved to hear the crops have been tended to. While you take care of that, I will see to your room and a warm meal. Food. Right then, I'll fill, you water. Suddenly, side quests. This was the only jug I could find which was small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack in the bottom. You'll need to hurry to the garden before all the water leaks out. Oh dear. Take the jug of water to the square before the contents leak out. You have 45 seconds. Oh no, I dropped it. Oh no, did all the water leak out? Here, let me refill it for you. Hey, Hai Wang. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. Only winners of this raid get to eat. Welcome, Commander Keen. Welcome. We're doing Shadowbringers. We just got to the Rak'tika Greatwood. And we're learning about this cute little village. We're watering crops. It's more exciting than it sounds. You've watered half the plot. Fetch another jug of water. Alright, we can do that. May have been a bad dad streaming Monster Rancher. I saw some of your Monster Rancher stream. I was watching. I was lurking while I was doing house stuff. Yeah, I played the original back on PS1. Brought back a lot of memories. Only half? I see. Well, let me refill the jug for you. Oh, we got less time this time. Sorry, I had to see you be a slave driver. Yeah, those games were, I was never good at them. They were just really tough. I'd keep losing my monster, and it was devastating when you lost your monster and had to make a new one. The whole plot has now been thoroughly watered. They're very technical, it's bizarre. Yeah. I've always wanted to like read a guide or something for it so I can actually be good at it. Well met, travellers. I observed you earlier speaking with the others. Have you need of something? Food. You watered the crops? Ah, my apologies for not noticing sooner. I have been rather distracted of late. Watering the crops was always Todia's duty, but she's no longer with us. Oh dear, what happened? We have since taken to sharing the duty, though never with guests. You are most kind. Is there anything else we can do to help? We could plant something if you like. There is no need. The plot is small, it is true, but it provides us with enough to survive. We ask for no more. Yeah, there's not many of them. I don't know how you manage. Have the Blessed not considered leaving? Life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Tell me, do you know our history? How our faith came to be? Yeah, so they're a religion here who worships darkness. Because this world we're in has been ravaged by light and is filled with light monsters who eat people. It's horrifying. No worries, Hai Wang. Have a good night, and thanks for the raid. You got a rare summon, but because of its genetics, it was kind of the runt of the litter. Read a lot of the guide today. Weird. Yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their homes in the wake of the flood. What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a community, which ultimately decided to strike out on its own in the Rak'tika Greatwood. I see you have read your history. But there is a history that is told, and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything. Their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none could say what became of the souls of those lost to the flood when their bodies were reborn as sin-eaters. The people were without answers, without hope, their gods having drowned along with everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon they realized that where there is light, there must be darkness. And in that truth, they found new faith, a belief that the souls of the departed could yet find peace beyond those burning skies, in the sunless sea above. That is why we pray, for the safe passage of wayward souls under that blessed black abyss, for the return of the night, that we might someday look upon the kingdom of heaven with our own eyes. Yeah, no one alive in this world has seen night because the sky is just constantly just searing light. Sounds pretty Kingdom Hearts to me. Don't have time for an MMO, even if it is free. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, since I got into FF14, I've been doing basically nothing but FF14. It's been a fantastic time, though. We remain in these woods for the self-same reason our founders first chose them, that we may lead lives of simplicity, with the shade of these trees as a constant reminder of our faith. With so many seeking paradise in Yulmore, it's refreshing to find people who value a humbler existence. You are kind to say so. Many consider our way of life foolish, and so it must seem to those who yet cling to their worldly possessions. In times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose sight of why we fight to go on living. It is not to hold fast to material things, but to hold those who went before us in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy they have left us. This we must do for them, our children and generations yet unborn. To keep their legacy alive. A helping hand complete. Someone compared playing through all of FF14 like binging all of the Yakuza games. Yeah. Yeah, the main storyline is huge. Because you play through each expansion sequentially. They each lead into the next story-wise. It's good though. Well, hello. We done the chores. Oh, there's more work to be done. Oh my god. Lost but not forgotten. I want to go fight light monsters. Done tending to the crops already. Very good. It should not be long before your room is ready. Bruna! Uh-oh. What happened? In the woods. Sin-eaters. I fear they may have the touch. Where? In the grove to the southwest. For a mercy, they've yet to wander any closer to Slitherbow. Well, I wanted to fight light monsters. Then we have no need to engage. Inform the guard that no one is to set foot outside the village until they have moved on. But sir, what of Todia's Heartstone? It must be retrieved before the service. Uh-oh. Of all the times for sin eaters to appear. What's a heartstone? Gravestone? Are you just going to leave them alone? Under normal circumstances, we would not hesitate in striking the beast down. But if they indeed had the touch, I will not risk them corrupting one of our own. What was it that you said about a stone? A few days past, Todia, a child of the Knights Blessed, was slain by the Sin Eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste, we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, her heartstone. All of the Knights Blessed are given such a stone at birth. It is the most valuable possession one can own. It is custom to present the heartstone of the deceased at their funeral, as an offering to the heavens. But now... Send me in there! I get it. I'll get it. What if I could find it for you? I have experience fighting Sin Eaters, and the light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Master Matoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia? Descended from the Oracle? Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the Blessed. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need and I can help. Please, let me do this. I think Dad would say no. All the better we don't ask him. Very well. But if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. The errand girl of light, yes. I nearly forgot about Thancred. What if he returns before I do? I'll come with you. Thancred doesn't need to know. Don't worry, I'll come with you. Thank you. With you at my side, I'm certain we can deal with them in no time at all. Go swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both. Yeah. Go fight some light monsters. Oh, the cat alarm's going off in 1 minute. So let's feed the cat, and then go fight light monsters. Let's let you enjoy the Rak'tika music. I'll just step outside of town. Actually, let's go see if Urianger and Minfilia have anything to say. Minfilia? Ishtola. Hey, we're gonna go fight some monsters. They don't seem to care. Alright, have fun with your tablet. There you go. Oh, there's the cat alarm. Better to beg forgiveness and ask permission. Yes. Cat alarm. Cat is here for food. LA-HEE. There you go. Got some music to listen to. While I go AFK. Idling camera. There we go. Aw. Hello, sweetie. How you doing? Mwah. Don't know who this Thancred is, but he sounds like a killjoy. He's taken up like a guardianship role of her, the fatherly role. He's super overprotective though. And she wants to help. He says no to everything, pretty much. Hello. How you doing? Alright. Oh, you're so cute. Oh my god, you're cute. Alright, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Gonna feed the cat and get a drink and stuff. And I'll see you then. Okay, I'm back. Hello, I'm back. Good song. What's this? Alright, I'm just gonna look at this video that Lauren posted in chat. I don't think I've seen this episode, actually. Good. Yeah, I have not seen that episode. Good though. Thank you, Tag. Alright, we're gonna go fight a bunch of Sin Eaters with Minfilia. Thancred does not know. He is gonna be pissed. Oh, hang on. There we go. Fix closed captions. Yeah, Thancred is not gonna be happy, but this is something Minfilia wants to do. She's trying to figure out who she is and what her path is gonna be. It should be around here somewhere, I think. There, the Sin Eaters. Ooh, one of those ones. Ooh. Multiple of them. Oh, okay. We might need reinforcements. I was hoping there would only be one. There's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. Let's get to it then. Perhaps we should split them up. What do you propose we do? Just dealt with one, that will be good. Split them up. Somehow. Good idea. I'll draw one away while you handle the other. Yeah, that's kind of not what I wanted. I don't want her fighting one on her own. Oh god, no, come back. Mistakes have been made. There's never only one Minfilia. Never. Yep. Exactly. Well, let's go fight this. Bring along my Chocobo, Nero. He's all dressed up in Christmas stuff. Very cute. You can dress up your Chocobo. And for anyone wondering, my class is Dark Knight at the moment. It's it fits the expansion. Gotta be all edgy to fight the light. It's actually a tanking class. You didn't even break my shield. You're weak. I'm going to somersault. Somersault! That was much weaker than the one we fought in the dungeon. Alright, let's hope Infilia's okay. Or I'm gonna be in trouble with the parents. Parent. It's a huge gorilla named Grassman. It's an A rank. That will destroy me. Let's stay away from the scary gorilla. Whose name is Grassman, for reasons I do not understand. Oh. Did she kill it on her own, or...? Melchan, here you are. It's done. Though I fear I was a bit careless. I'll do better next time, I promise. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find that Heartstone. They said it was made of jade, right? I'll search over there in the brush. Grassman, as in your ass man is Grassman? Is that a reference to something? There are a lot of references in this game. I just don't think I've heard that one. I've got to go near the big scary gorilla. It must be here somewhere. Go away, beetle. I'm trying not to get attacked by a big scary gorilla. Go away, beetle. Thank you. Your ass is grass is a phrase I've heard used basically as your toe. Oh, okay, yep. I think I have heard that actually. No trace of the Heartstone here. Okay. There's another spot. Bugs. Just keep running away. Yeah, the leash range is very generous in this game. No Heartstone here. Looking for shinies. You're not a shiny, you're a beetle. Aha. LA-HEE! You brush away the leaves and uncover a brilliant green gem! We found it! A keepsake once belonging to Todia of the Knights Blessed. Yes. And I'm a lawnmower. That's basically what you hear before fists are coming up. Here in Australia, before fists are coming up, you hear, mate, mate. That's what you hear. An aggressive mate. Did you have any luck? Yes. It's beautiful. This has to be it. You know, Thancred always said you were a woman of many talents, and I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I have much to learn if I'm to be even half the hero you are. Aw. The hero she was. Ah, I'm sorry. Forget I said anything. We should hurry back to Slitherbow. Runa and the others are probably worried. just teleport back. Alright, are we in trouble with Thancred? Oh god, yep, we are. Hi. Well, out with it then. Hi. Thancred, I can explain. Hey, someone else has a wind-up Emmerich. Give it a hug. Hey, Imagine Miles, welcome. Just wanted to pop in and say thank you for introducing you to the Ace Attorney series. Nice. You finished the trilogy, but you and your brother are going through the trilogy and you had so many fun moments. Ah, that's cool. I'm glad you like an Ace Attorney. Yeah, I love Ace Attorney. I'm glad I can share it with people. It's so good. If you know how these plots work, Thancred is there and pissed. Yep. he is indeed. Thank goodness you are safe. I had begun to fear the worst. Oh no, it's okay. I just went AFK for like 10 minutes. Don't worry. By all that is dark, you found it. We can proceed with her service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits unto the sunless sea in the hereafter. Even should we be felled by the Sin Eaters, so long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. Saying goodbye. Oh, we're gonna attend a funeral. Runa lets out a sigh of relief. Words fail to express my gratitude for this kindness you have done for the blessed. I must insist you and your friends attend Todia's service as honoured guests. There is still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform the others it will be held in the Darker. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings. Hi. Thanks for introducing you to it too. AA is awesome. Yes. I love Ace Attorney. I've got to get back to streaming it soon so we can do Ace Attorney 4. What is AFK? As he just walks away into thin air. Yes. Melchan and I learned so much about the Knights Blessed while you were away. And we helped them recover a lost heirloom out in the woods. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but they really needed our help. They were Sin Eaters, and... As long as she accompanied you. But do try to be more careful. Your injuries could have been a lot worse. How did you... Let's just say a little bird told me. And it's telling me now that Melchan has business with us. Is something the matter? They've asked us to attend the service. Of course we'll go. It's being held in the Darker, is it? We'll take care not to be late, I promise. It's such a relief to know everything is going as planned. I'll join you in the Darker shortly. Between your earlier excursion and my patrol of the area for Sin Eaters, hopefully Ishtola and Urianger will be able to finish their work in peace. You're patrolling the area for Sin Eaters, okay. You missed a couple. A bird? Sounds like Emmett tattled on us. Oh god. It might have been him. I bet he would have found that entertaining. Hello? The elderly woman hands you a candle. She then points over at a nearby corner where you might place it. Okay. Blue flamed candle. It burns an eerie blue. They're pretty. One candle down. Eerie cave. It's actually my chocobo. Well, that's a bird. That would fit.
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
No. Okay.
Let us begin. I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menine. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers. We entrust her now to the night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
Aww. It's so sad. We never even met this character, and it's still so sad. Is that guy a Ronzo or something? Yeah, he's a different species than the cat girls. There's cat boys as well. Yeah, he's a different species, a different race.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
We call upon you now, O bringer of shadow, to lead this gentle soul unto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her unto paradise everlasting.
I am told you assisted in the preparations for the service. On behalf of the Blessed, you have my sincerest thanks.
placed a candle.
The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people. And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
Aww. I should like to have met her. You know, I don't deserve such reverence. ... I should like to have met her.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing. Their prayers would finally be answered. They could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars. We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will? Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
No, it's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact.
Oh? You know where the Light Warden is?
Urianger and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
Mm-hmm. That was a really touching scene. If you're trying to bring back the dark, you don't want illumination. Yes. Very true. Hello. Hopefully Y'shtola has good news to share. A chance to reclaim the night has lit a fire in Minfilia that I would see kindled. He was less angry than I expected. That's good. What do you suppose she's gleaned from the tablet? I have no doubt thou would find the contents of the tablet most informative. Good, you're here. Thanks to the Exarch's gift, our next course of action is now clear. Gloves. Thank you. Bum 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 bum. Checking for new dialogue. Alright. Stirring up trouble. Y'shtola seems quite pleased with herself, but whether she has good or bad news to share remains to be seen. Let me begin by first explaining the origins of this tablet. I initially believed it might detail the history of the Church of the First Light. Much to my surprise, it dates back to the end of the Ronkan Empire and was likely written under the direction of the reigning ruler. It was a time of strife and unceasing war with neighbouring nations. With each passing day, they yielded more and more territory to their enemies. In their desperation, petitions for aid were sent out to their allies. This was one such petition. And you think this ancient petition will somehow help us get into Ixmaja? Indeed we do. For etched into this tablet is a method by which one may prove themselves an ally of the Ronkan Empire. Provided we are able to decipher said instructions, we may entreat the ruin's protectors to grant us safe passage. The problem, however, is I presently lack the resources to decipher them in their entirety. We have but one recourse. There exists a stone monument inscribed with ancient Ronkan texts and translations into a more modern dialect, which came into use after the fall of the Empire. I'm confident it will suit our purposes. Where can we find this monument? Here in Citia, quite close to Slitherbow, in fact. The good news ends there, however, for it is in the possession of a rather radical faction of dark worshippers, the Children of the Everlasting Dark. If I am to study the monument, I must infiltrate their encampment. I have no intention of taking longer than absolutely necessary, but I will nevertheless require time to transcribe the text I need. To ensure that I will have enough, I am afraid I must ask you and Thancred to assist me. And before you even ask, the answer is no. If we're to remain unseen, our group must be as small as possible. Oh, but she's a rogue, she can stealth. Alright, I'll stay here until you return. It won't be long. If anything should happen, you keep her safe. Then let us convene outside, to the west of Slitherbow, where the path diverges. Bum, 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 bum. He's the smallest person here, yes. You need 10,000 signatures on this petition to get in. When you think of all the ways that this plot could have gone all try-hard edgelord, it's kind of sweet to see how it actually turned out. Yeah, it's really well done. Like, the concepts, it sounds so edgy when you explain it, but it's really not in practice. They handle the tone really well. For my part, I shall make all possible preparations that Ishtola may begin translating the tablet upon her return. Take care, Melchan. Aw, thank you. Sure would love to stealth through the underbrush in a forest with what Menphilia is currently wearing. Yeah, that does look uncomfortable. There we go. This way. Hurrah. LA-HEE. All set. The encampment we seek is to the north, but it would be foolish to simply rush in. A guard has been posted at Cleric to keep watch over the children. Perhaps he is ought to share of their recent activity. But we must tread carefully. There is a chance we may encounter them along the way. Stay close and stay alert. I would avoid a confrontation if possible. They rejoice in dealing death to others, claiming that in doing so they cleanse their victims of sin and usher them unto the sunless sea. I would rather not sully my hands defending myself against such madmen. If there's a rave in the woods, she's dressed for success. She is. A cardboard box, yes. Need a cardboard box. More weird, fluffy green cloud things. Current. Give me current. Yum. Once you collect all the aether currents in an area, you can fly in that area. So you kind of just keep an eye out for them as you're going around. Oh, I see. This is all separated off from the other half of the map. Oh. Fight. Child of the everlasting dark! See, now these people are edgy. Somersaults! By the blessed dark. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We would have arrived sooner, but we too had a rather unwelcome visit from the children. You are an acquaintance of Master Matoya, then? My apologies. The children have been acting strange of late, so I thought to take a closer look. I was careless. Strange? What have you seen? At first there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, the usual gathering of ingredients for poisons from flora and fauna. But then I took notice of their venomous spiders. They've been breeding them in much greater numbers. Ugh! It's as if they're preparing for something. Oh, that's great. Any ideas as to what? It could be anything, really. If it meant the end of the Blessed, nothing would be too cruel or violent for them. But perhaps we can use their present preoccupation with spiders to our advantage. If we were to introduce a threat to the nests where they keep them, the children would be compelled to save them. Bees, for example, are a natural predator of spiders. Set them loose on the nests and we would have our opportunity to sneak into their encampment. Bees! What a mischievous plan. I like it. With a bit of smoke, we should be able to subdue a few colonies, long enough to secure their hives. Have you anything we might be able to use? We should have smoke bombs at the outpost just over there. Then it's settled. Grab a few smoke bombs from the outpost and search about for beehives. I imagine the bees won't take too kindly to your visit, but once they're knocked out, take the beehives and bring them back here. 2 will suffice, I should think. These poor bees! If it's all the same to you, I'll be returning to Slitherbow. I don't want to get in the way. Stay safe, and may the shadows keep you. Yeah, he heard our plan of sticking bees onto spiders and was like, I'm out. Have fun. Good luck. I'm going home. There goes the stealthy entrance and not sullying your hands in self-defense. Yeah, that didn't go too well, did it? Seen the size of those bees? Oh, those ones. Well, we'll see them soon. Yeah, the bees around here are pretty huge. I was thinking of like honeybees, like in the real world, but these are not that. Oh, well, it is a rather small hive. Sack? No, I'm using the smoke bomb. Okay. No, they are small little bees. Aww. I'm beating up some little tiny bees. I'm sorry, bees. Put your hive in this sack. Got a sack of bees. More like hunter-killer wasps. Yeah. Probably. Oh, the cat mount is so cute. Look at this little thing. Just the cutest little thing. Bees! Smoke bomb. The kind that lay their eggs in spiders, and the larvae eat the spiders from the inside out. Ah, okay, yep. That's probably... Yep, that would fit with these being natural predators of spiders. Nature's terrifying. Beautiful and terrifying. Beehive. Now I've got bees. Buzzing burlap sack. For God's sake, don't let them out. It's always worth it to read item descriptions of quest items. I got some bees. Were you able to find any? Does the bzzz noise tip you off? The guard returned to Slitherbow, but not before offering his thanks. As for the beehives... What's going on? Someone's fighting something behind me. Ferncrit and I were successful in acquiring what we need. How did you fare? Bees. This is more than enough. The children are certain to be displeased. Let us hurry, before the bees begin to stir. The bag is sealed tight, but I'd rather not keep the bees buzzing about in there longer than we have to. A beautiful plan. Said as a true Aussie. Never seen so many horrible and/or poisonous animals as a Scandinavian that visited Australia 10 years ago. Displeased or disbees? Ishtola's ready to move. The children's settlement is to the west, a place they call Woven Oath. According to the guard, there is an airway apart from the entrance which leads to the spiders' nests. If the fates are kind, the way will be clear. Dirty beesness, these puns, yeah. Ah. Scorpions. You don't know you're fond of the bee's knees. I'm trying to think of a pun myself, but yeah, I'm not in the pun game today. We should move quickly before any of the children arrive. Bees. Up there is the airway. Do you see it? A bit far, perhaps, but we should be able to toss the bag through. Though we should probably loosen the ropes, keeping it closed, enough that it falls open when it lands inside. May I do the honours? That should do it. Now we wait. What is that? Bees! By the abyss, they're everywhere! Help! Someone help! We have to save the spiders! What a ridiculous line. It sounds like our plan is working. Still, it is quite likely not all were drawn away from their posts. If you should come to blows with the children, I'll see to it any signs of struggle are concealed. Failing that, I'll create a distraction to buy Ishtola more time. Should anyone get past me, it falls to you to guard her. Your concern is appreciated, but I sincerely doubt it will come to that. Why do I get the feeling you enjoy the idea of my loafing about bored in the shadows? Come now, Thancred. The shadows are a fitting place for a warrior of darkness. Now, if you both are ready... Puns aren't always beesy. Oh, unbelievable. Would have loved to hear that line voice acted. Yeah. We didn't get to see them panicking about bees, which was a shame. Go on. I'll be right behind you. Going that way, I think. Yeah. Well. Yeah, because we can't get through that way. Glowing mushrooms. Pretty. Oh, that's a lot of... But that's a lot of Children of the Everlasting Dark. Let's just run through and see how many I have to fight. This one's just staring at the wall. They don't have many things to do for entertainment around here, I guess. The fact that you don't get dismounted by things when you aggro them is so good. The Womb. Interesting name. Hello, you want to fight? Somersault! Boom! The font of seeing suggests this is a chamber of praying, for prayer. At the very least, they would not place this near potential distractions from their worship. Perhaps the monument is further in. Maybe it's next to the spiders. Ooh. Is that the original Warriors of Light? All the, Warriors of Darkness as we knew them as. I think it's them. That's the Black Mage, the Catgirl Archer. That's probably Ardbert. That's the Paladin. And what was she? Healer, I think? That's cool. That's a good detail. It's actually in the spider nest. Yes, this is it. I will be but a moment. Keep watch of the entryway. On second thought, would you mind examining the murals on these walls while I look over this? At a glance, I can tell they are old, predating the founding of the Blessed and the Children, in fact. We're not like to come here a second time. It would behoove us to learn all that we can. Take some photos. Then what does this mean? Ah, over here. Examine the murals. FPS section. Ronkin mural. What's this one? Primitive mural. The mural appears to be ancient. A warrior in the middle stands triumphant over what appears to be a creature of shadow. Other figures surround the warrior, rejoicing in their victory. The Ronkin Empire. The mural appears to be very old. A ruler sits atop a throne, attended by their subjects. And this one with the Warriors of Light/Darkness. Yeah, these are characters we met quite a while ago in the story. But the passage of time between us and this world has been very weird and fluctuating, so that was 100 years ago by this world's reckoning. The mural appears to be fairly old. A knight shields himself and their companions from an encroaching darkness. The central figure is considerably faded. Yeah, so they were originally fighting forces of darkness, and they won. And then forces of light just came in and obliterated everything. That's why they worship darkness now, this society. Because by defeating darkness, they seem to have opened themselves up for horrible things.
These paintings, they seem familiar.
Hi.
Depictions of heroes throughout history. The Age of Gods, the Empire of Ronka, and this.
Yeah, so I keep forgetting to look for the hornbill, sorry. When they figured out how to do an interesting new mechanic, they like to litter the MSQ with them, yes. This is one of those Warriors of Light/Darkness. He's just a soul now, and he's following us around. You.
There was a man, a researcher who pored over these pieces. He offered us work when we needed it, slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was, but he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends. A tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era.
Oh, that painting was before? Before them? Is it a prophecy or something?
The story went that it was rediscovered by an explorer from Ronka, who was so struck by its majesty that a second painting was commissioned, commemorating the heroes of their day. One day you will all be here too, he said. Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself?
Ah, okay, never mind. That explains it.
I had a good laugh at that. We were only trying to make our way after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds. But it seems he actually went and did it. Before or after the flood, I wonder. Rather faded, isn't it, compared to the others? Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses. Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
There you are. I have everything I need. Let us quit this place.
Don't mind me, I was talking to my imaginary friend.
Is something the matter? We should go. The others are waiting.
Lie. You ever win so soundly that you still lose? That's Ardbert's life. Yeah. They won, and then it turned out they'd actually lost. Good to see my distraction proved useful. Successful. I believe I now have everything needed to finish deciphering the tablet. Tell me, Mel-chan, did the murals appear to be of any significance? Depictions of heroes, from the Age of Gods, the Ronkan Empire, and immediately before the Flood. Very astute observations. Perhaps in another lifetime you could be a curator of antiquities. Though it has no bearing on the task at hand, perhaps that knowledge may prove to be of use in the future. An unwanted proposal. Okay. Ishtola's thirst for knowledge sated, she seems content to return to Slitherbow. Let us hurry to Slitherbow. The others are waiting. After we've returned, the two of you should rest a while. No doubt Runa will be eager to have you sample his cooking. As soon as I discover anything of import, you'll be the first to know. We can just teleport back. I meant to... Before we left that area, I was going to like run around and see if I could find the spider nest. But we got teleported out of there and I can't be bothered running back in there. It's fine. SMT lore ending. You got rid of the demons but also lost your freedom. I've heard a lot about the SMT games. Maybe one day I'll try them out. Hello. Welcome back, Mel-chan. Now that you're here, there's something I want to ask you. Urianger told me that Thancred was something of a rogue in the past. As a wolf among sheep, he said. What did he mean by that? Do you know? He was a rogue. Urianger has tended to Minfilia's wounds, but I fear his garrulous nature has gotten the better of him. Been telling stories about Thancred. Aw, the little snowman. Oh, that's cute. Ori the snowman. Aw. Cute. Right. Mel-chan, the guard told me you left with Master Matoya to Woven Oath. And no sooner do you return than she locks herself away in her chambers without so much as a word. She knows how I worry when she leaves without telling me. Oh. But she is safe, and that is all that matters. You must be hungry after such a journey. Why not have a seat there by the fire? The stew will soon be ready. Food. I confess I am not the greatest of cooks, but I have yet to hear any complaints. Hello, is that an aether current? It is. She'll do that later. Super Mario Tunshine? Tunshine. What's Tunshine? Please, go and rest. Urianger and I will call you the moment we finish. Rest assured, Ishtola and I shall work with all haste to decipher the tablet and its secrets. Alright, have fun. It is time? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, last time we had a scene where we sat around and sampled someone's cooking, something horrible happened afterwards. Why am I sitting on the ground? There's a log right there.
Strange.
Yeah, the animals sound upset.
The others on patrol should have returned by now. Our food will be overcooked if we wait any longer.
Uh-oh.
We will just have to start without them. Would you call Master Matoya and the others?
Not a bad sign at all.
I tire of these games, Urianger. Why do you pretend you cannot see it?
Hmm?
The blessing may spare her the fate of becoming a Light Warden.
Hmm?
But you cannot be blind to the nascent corruption. She is not as she was in the Source.
Hmm.
Though I have no proof, I fear that the light which poured forth from the Wardens was not negated at all. I fear it was absorbed, that she has been suffused with their light.
Though I have given thought to this possibility, I dare not speak until more is known.
By the time you deign to enlighten us, it may be too late, if it is not already. Urianger, I know full well, after all these years, that you have only the best of intentions. But that does not make it any easier to put my faith in a man so infatuated with secrecy. I have had my suspicions ever since the Exarch bade you speak that day. But now I must ask. The 8th Umbral Calamity and all that followed. Everything you claim to have seen. Did you?
Help! Someone help! The Umorans have come for us! We're under attack!
Well, I was listening to that. That was very important. Okay. Meanwhile, in Yulmore, I'm becoming some kind of light monster? Maybe? And Urianger has secrets? Maybe? That's right, I forgot Crystal Boy was going right to Yulmore. I didn't think that was a good idea, but here we are.
4-3. How good it is to see you. How long has it been? Not since your inauguration, unless I'm mistaken. Too long, at any rate. May I say how humbled I am to be invited not only into your city, but your home. You are as generous as ever.
And you as disingenuous. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This merry band of dissidents people are calling warriors of darkness. They have slain sin-eaters, and by all accounts the Crystarium is complicit in their villainy. And now I hear reports of your people obstructing my soldiers. So I must ask, what exactly do you think you are doing?
I might ask you the same thing. It should be clear, even to you, that defeating the Light Wardens represents the world's only hope of survival. Even now, the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg rejoice in the return of night. For 100 years, they yearned for a means to fight back against the Sin-Eaters, and at last they have found one. Yet you choose to stand idly by and do nothing. Why?
Why? Because this hope you cling to is nothing more than a fever dream, an exercise in futility. Even should you slay the Sin-Eaters, the world as we know it is beyond salvation. With what little land and resources remain, the people would be free only to starve. Before long, they would turn to violence, then to war, and ultimately usher themselves unto oblivion. They require a firm hand to shepherd them from the edge. The hand of a king. Nay, a god. I will see their dreams fulfilled, their wishes granted. I will give them peace, order, and they shall never want for bliss. Men are fickle creatures who entertain vague ideals without the faintest notion what they cost. But a little fear can go a long way towards helping them realize what it is they truly need.
Ariane has literally never lied to us or withheld information from us. Never. Yep. Please sit down and keep feeding the 1%ers. Yep.
Sanctuary. And they shall find none in this world save that which I afford them. That is why the Sin-Eaters exist. To unite the world under my dominion.
A paradise fit to grace the 8th Umbral era.
What was that?
A minor epiphany, nothing more. You have always held sway over those around you. Those who defy you must submit or die. What sits before me is the inevitable result of bloated privilege and unchecked power. But man is more resilient than you think. His achievements are not the product of violence and bloodshed, but compassion and understanding. This calamity is but another crisis to be overcome, and we will, once we eliminate the Sin-Eaters.
You poor deluded fool. These people care not for tomorrow. They care only for the now, and the contentment they lack. What good is a paradise to them if it is 1,000 years in the making, or even 100?
You underestimate them, Lord 4-3. They see further than you think. I have beheld it in the blood and sweat and tears of those who would sacrifice everything for a future they may never know, that their children may never know. I have beheld it in the hopes and dreams of those who came before, which we bequeath to those who come after, that they might in turn build upon the foundations laid by our forebears.
A reminder that Exarch is like 100 years old somehow. But yeah, he's seen firsthand generations turning over.
These are the bonds which hold man and his world together, not your gilded chains. And I will resist your every effort to shackle him.
In summary, you will continue to support the villains hunting my Sin-Eaters?
With tremendous enthusiasm, for I have faith in the future they would build.
Why do I even bother? Fools, the lot of you! So naive! So painfully predictable! Did you imagine I did not know your mind? That I would wait until after this meeting to dispatch my forces? Even as we speak, they march to the Sin-Eater's defense. Insurrection will not be tolerated!
Can't wait to kill this guy.
The people of this world are mine to rule, mine to command.
What's that?
And you are no exception. What? How did he? Insolent swine! I will not stand for this! Do you hear me?
Oh, great. It's this guy. Love this guy.
You speak for the Knights Blessed?
I do.
Learned a few tricks from Emmett. Maybe Valkyrie is secretly a pixie. Why haven't we given Urianger more shit for constantly being sneaky? He basically got his girlfriend killed over it? Did he? I didn't think he had anything to do with Moonbreeder's death.
I presume that is your doing. If you have come to parley, I must insist that you first return him to us.
You're in no position to make demands. By Lord Vorthry's decree, Rak'tika now falls under the governance of Yulmore. You will henceforth answer to us.
Speaking of characters I want to kill. This guy.
Is that so? And the children of the Everlasting Dark have acquiesced to this madness.
We have reached an accord, yes.
Spiders.
Too many times have the Knights Blessed shunned Yulmore's overtures of friendship. The risk that you harbor hostile intentions has grown too great to ignore. Therefore, his lordship has claimed dominion over this forest and bestowed executive authority upon the children of the Everlasting Dark.
In his wisdom, Lord Vorthry has agreed to recognize ours as the only permissible expression of dark worship. It's one true faith. You and your false creed are a blight on these woods. A foul, unholy corruption that must be cleansed.
Dude, you don't even have a name.
Little wonder the warrior of darkness visits both Lakeland and Ilmeg, yet shuns Rak'tika. Your perverted teachings hold blessed shadow at bay.
You have accepted the yoke of Yulmore to spite us, then? Fools. Darkness will never return to these skies while they hold sway.
More like run, jerk.
Those of you minded to obey his lordship are to make for Woven Oath with all haste. We will leave you, but you may have time to prepare.
Woven Oath? Are you suggesting we abandon our fate to join those zealots?
What has your faith afforded you thus far? Nothing! We will guide you along the righteous path.
And you might get a name while you're at it.
And should we refuse?
Anyone found here upon our return will be considered a traitor to Yulmore, and dealt with as such.
They have to know that I'm here.
We will discuss these developments after I have tended to our casualty.
Well, there's a lot of stuff happening. That Yulmore has gained a foothold here in these woods bodes ill for the Knights Blessed. Surely there's something we can do to help the Knights Blessed, isn't there? Where did Minfilia go? Not Minfilia, Y'shtola. Why do I keep calling Y'shtola Minfilia? And also we have Emmerich merged with Vivi. Black Mage Emmerich. Don't see Y'shtola. The guard hath been afflicted with a most terrible and efficacious poison. We have attempted all manner of healing incantations. Alas, his condition remains unchanged. At present, we can but slow the poison's advance. I pray it will afford us sufficient time to find a cure. Well, that friggin' sucks. Put to the proof. Oriange wears a somber expression. Ooh, weapon. Ah, there she is. How fareth the young guard? The poison spread throughout his system long before he was brought here. At present, there is naught we can do but try to ease his pain. Oh. Do not blame yourselves, my friends. All that can be done has been done. Even had we reached him sooner, it would have made little difference. The children employ countless poisons. Finding a suitable antidote is a nigh impossible task. What of the rest of the Blessed? How have they taken the news of Yulmore's generous proposition? With anger and dismay. We cannot hope to oppose both them and the children. I considered a convocation of all the Knights Blessed, that we might consider their ultimatum, but I know how they will answer. Master Matoya, I am truly sorry. We will not, cannot, abandon our faith. But there is no reason for you to suffer for our decision. Your work is not yet done, and you still have time to flee. Flee. I am not one to run from my troubles. In fact, with Melchan's arrival, I am minded to take the offensive. Urgh. The Yomoran's presence here plainly stems from a desire to protect the Light Warden. I say we seek it out and slay the creature before they return. Were darkness to fall over Rak'tika, they would have no cause to remain. All of which is rather easier said than done. Unless, of course, you've finally deciphered the tablet. I have, as a matter of fact, and with it we can prepare everything we need to enter Ixmaja. What say you all? We will need to act quickly, but I believe it can be done. We cannot deny our fate, but one course lieth before us. We slay the Light Warden, for the Knight's blessed. Well, we are villains, are we not? For the Knight's blessed. Good. I'll leave the blessed in your capable hands, Runa. Very well. Aw. I see there is no changing your mind. By all that is dark, I swear to keep the blessed safe. According to the tablet, we will first need to obtain a seal used to identify the allies of Ronka in times past. One such seal should be waiting for us in a complex of underwater ruins not far from here. You have some experience with subaquatic excursions, do you not? Yes. Then this should prove a simple task for you. The ruins we seek are at the bottom of Lake Tusi Mekta. While you see to that, Minfilia and I will remain here to help shore up Slitherbow's defences. Your aid will be greatly appreciated. Quest accepted. Gonna go for a swim. Swim. This music, it's very tense, making me nervous. I realise there is no stopping you, so do what you must, and the Knight's Blessed shall do the same. I only ask that you keep Master Matoya safe. There is no denying she is powerful, but the path she needs is plain. Where she goes, she will have need of powerful allies. Over here. Music giving me anxiety. Will we have LA-HEE instead? Wow. It's more... No, there we go. LA-HEE. I thought it was so powerful it defeated LA-HEE, but no. LA-HEE cannot be defeated. There you are. Ready for a swim? The seal we seek should be stored in a chamber, somewhere inside the ruins beneath the lake. However, the entrance is seemingly protected by a subtle locking mechanism, rooted in the symbolism of Ronkan culture. The Ronkans sought to live in harmony with nature, and considered certain animals to be sacred. Foremost in their pantheon was the snake, portrayed as a protector of the wood, an arbiter of life and death. Below it were 4 others, each equal in rank: the curl, the colibri, the oppo-oppo, and the wolf, characterized as the bringers of liberty, words, enlightenment, and harmony, respectively. To open the chamber containing the seal, The tablet states that one must pay due deference to 3 of these beasts by placing one's palm on monuments wrought in their image, and that this must be done in a specific sequence. Is this a Lama Lana puzzle or something? If my interpretation is correct, the order can be discerned from the 3 commandments which follow. Give praise unto the snake, by its strength do our lands prosper. Be as the Oppo, rival thy kin. As all parts seek betterment, so too does the whole. Be as the wolf, move as one. Peace comes to all who seek harmony with their kin. The tablet says naught of the placement, size, or appearance of the monuments, alas. Hopefully it all will become clear when you reach the bottom of the lake. Go safely. So powerful that Socken himself sang LA-HEE on stage, did he? That's awesome. You've forgotten the sequence. Mind that you listen this time, yes? I love how short a temper she has. Swim! Whee! I love that our underwater breathing ability has been useful so much in the story. I expected it to just be a Stormblood expansion thing and then we just kind of move on, but no. I can still breathe underwater. Good. Ooh. Serpent statue. Snake. Snake. Find a statue of a snake. Yes. Touch snake. You sense something stir elsewhere in the lake. Alright. Oppo. Which is a monkey. LA-HEE! I can definitely see why LA-HEE is a meme. It's very powerful. Oh, that's the curl. What happens if I touch the wrong one? I'll probably have to go back and do the snake again, so yeah. Can't be bothered. Monkey! The Shrine of the Silver Monkey. Right, now the wolf. Oh, that's right, I can mount underwater. I completely forgot. Now we're zooming. Oh, hello, what is this? Fish. Eel? It's like an eel. Oh, hello. Hello. Calibri. That's not the one. It's kind of funny they have different names for like monkey and leopard, which is curl, and then they just have wolf. Wolf. Wolves are cool. Oh, look at the cute little wolf. Perhaps the chamber containing the seal is open. Yes. Okay, sightseeing area. Might as well do this while I'm here. Look out. Yeah. Collectibles. Gotta catch them all. Rumors persist of a secret treasure, which was swallowed along with a temple. Oh, I think that's probably the thing I'm about to get. This seal thing. Touch. A door opens to reveal a pedestal upon which rests a medallion. You take it and secure it inside your clothing. Yay! Got the seal. A small medallion bearing the image of an owl, the insignia of Ronka. Their insignia was owl. It was at FanFest, you think, where Soken said, "Do you know LA-HEE?" and then sang the lyrics to the song while playing an automaton. The pianist behind him had no idea what to think. That's awesome. I've got to look for a clip of that on YouTube. Hi. Did you find it? Yeesh. This medallion, it bears the owl insignia of the Empire. There can be no doubt. This is the seal of Ronka. Well done, Melchan. We can begin our preparations to enter Ixmaja in earnest. We're beginning preparations? How involved is this? Into the wood. Ishtola would waste no time in heading to Ixmaja. Clearing the seal, it should be possible to enter Ixmaja unmolested by its guardians. I will go ahead to Slitherbow and inform the others. When you have recovered from your exertions, meet with us in the cavern leading east out of the village. Oh, okay. I didn't have to collect any other MacGuffins. Ah, this little barrier. They didn't let me go this way before. Ooh. Got our little group together. That you all found the seal is perhaps bittersweet proof that the aid for which it was so painstakingly forged never came. Thus did the Empire crumble, its ruins reclaimed by the wood. Fate is ever a fickle mistress. We've done what we can to prepare them for the worst. Still, we should hurry, before the children return with your Moran reinforcements. I'm so glad to see you're safe. Everyone is ready to go, if you are. Oh yeah, let's go. Good, you're here. Runar opened the gate for us but moments ago. Beyond lies Ixmaja, and presumably the Light Warden. It did not take long for the wood's protectors to find me when last I came here, and I expect them to fall upon us just as quickly this time. Though we carry the seal, that is no reason for us to let down our guard. Now, let us seek out the Light Warden, and put an end to its reign over these woods. Yeah. Ooh. You see like beams of light. That's very cool. Beams of light coming through the canopy. LA-HEE. Ooh. Look at these. Cute little flowers. They're so pretty. Aether current. Current spotted. The frick is that? Oh, it's like one of those bombs, but it's forest LA-HEE? Sure, that word will do. Yes, gimme. And one to the northeast, and that's the last overworld one, I think. Yeah. Hi.
It would seem we have found them.
Bunnies!
You trespass upon sacred ground! Begone!
God.
Stop, we mean you no harm.
But those aren't the attacks you use as an astrologian, by the way. You don't throw cards. We like shoot them with like stars or something. We don't just throw cards though. It's great. Orianje's like, why not?
Sister, is that...
We are allies of the Empire of Ronka. As is customary, we come bearing the seal of the Emperor.
Orianje's still learning. True. Oh.
It appears to be genuine. Then perhaps there is yet hope.
Perhaps.
How do they remember what the seal even looks like?
We acknowledge your seal, but we must be certain of its authenticity. Follow the assured flowers to our village. There we will judge if you are friend or foe.
Try not to stray from the path. Alright?
Okay, but if there's an aether current, I have to... Okay.
Follow the flowers. Would it kill them to escort us?
Flowers are pretty, though.
But if it affords us an opportunity to investigate Ixmaya, fine.
Weird Uncle does what Weird Uncle wants, yes. Orianje, you're supposed to use those cards to put buffs on your allies. Fiera can live for a long time. Actually, yeah, that's true. That's probably why they remember about the seal. Oh, whoa, that's pretty. I love their village. Oh. Oh, that's so cool. Hello. Good to see you didn't lose your way. You outsiders are a strange lot, aren't you? No, just Oriange. I would have the seal, that we may confirm its authenticity. Straight to the point, I see. Very well. There is no mistaking the crest of the royal family. It is of proper size, and by its weight it is plain it was made from gold. The seal is indeed genuine. For 3,000 years we have waited for this moment, and now you are finally here. I bid you welcome, allies of Ronka. I am Olmit, chieftainess of Fanau. Uymit, her younger sister. Symet, a pleasure. We were beginning to lose hope that you would come. I beg your pardon? These are troubled times for my people. Though I can but imagine what has compelled you to venture into our woods. You must be tired after your journey. Come, take your ease. If you'd like, I will show you about the village. Though I must warn you, it is a long way down to the forest floor, so do watch your step. Bum bum bum. Hey! A dinged! Dark missionary. Ooh, what's that? Reduce magic damage taken by self and nearby party members. Okay. Less exciting than it sounds. What's it look like, though? Ooh, that's pretty. Top of the tree. Symet is staring intently in your general direction. This way. What is your name? Melchan? And this is a common name nowadays? How times change. But I digress. Come, and be sure to watch your step. Take me to the Aether Ride. Oh. Ah. It is a long way down. We had always hoped the allies of Ronka would someday come, that our duty to the Emperor might be fulfilled. Now that you are here, I am honestly not sure what to think. Wonder what their duty to the Emperor is. You retrieved the seal of Ronka from the covered halls of Duatul, is that right? I'm told it was quite beautiful in the days of the Empire. Would that I could see it for myself. It's kind of a mess at the moment. No doubt you have noticed the winding trails of azure flowers throughout the woods. We call them the Steps of Maja, for it was along those paths her footfalls gave rise to the flowers you see today. It is said one will receive her protection by walking along those paths, and to that end, I bid you walk in the Steps of Maja, ally of Ronka, and may her blessings be upon you. Interesting. Sightseeing spot. Look out. Free XP. Hello. Be welcome, ally of Ronka. If there is aught you would know of our village, you need only ask. What do you do here? Before the Empire's fall, His Eminence commanded we keep safe the wisdom of Ronka, and so we have. For centuries, we have kept guard of these woods and the secrets within its ruins. For most, this life of service is all they know. Many of our elders were killed protecting the children in the wake of the flood. My age? Young enough to remember a life before the flood. That is all you need to know. Wow, yeah, they are very long-lived. The flood was 100 years ago. Fanaur was built here that we may better guard the relics of the Kumul Astropolis, the Great Pyramid being perhaps the greatest of them all. We live a simple life of hunting and training. We lead a peaceful life, when there are no threats at our border, that is. Villages such as this were abundant before the flood. Sadly, Fanaur is all that remains of the V's here in the Greatwood. Which is why we have guarded these woods so fiercely. That you and yours, the allies of Ronka, have at last graced us with your presence is nothing short of a miracle. Yep, I'm definitely an ally of Ronka. If you gaze too long into the forest also gazes into you. And that was the entrance? Yeah. Go get that aetheryte. Aetheryte. Delicious. Hello. After a long day on patrol, it is not uncommon for those on duty to stop at bell rest. The tents and provisions are sufficient to rest before returning to Fanaur. I should go talk to story NPCs. Because they'll probably send me around the village anyway. If you would hear the tale of our people, speak with Ormet. As eldest, she is our voice. My apologies for the hostile greeting. It is a miracle our arrows did not find their mark. Yeah. No dawdling. Once we have learned all we can of the Warden and its whereabouts, we should be on our way. For 3,000 years did they wait. Incredible. For a moment, I was worried they wouldn't accept the seal. They call themselves V's, is that right? Not a terribly diverse people from what I can see. Wow, judgmental. Rude. She just wants to find the Warden. Y'shtola only wants one thing, and it's disgusting. As bearers of the seal, you have a right to know what became of the Empire, and my people's purpose here. We are descendants of the Palace Guard, which served under the last Emperor, and to this day, we carry on the duty of our forebears, the final decree of His Eminence before Ronka's fall. By the wisdom of our people was Ronka made to thrive. Such knowledge must never be forgotten, nor may it be suffered to fall into the hands of the wicked. Keep it secret, keep it safe, and look to the coming of our allies. Unto them you shall bequeath our all, and thus will Ronka live on. By his command we have remained in the Rak'tika Greatwood, guardians of Ronka's ruins, and the wisdom held within. I hope thou wilt not think the question impertinent, but did thy people's famed longevity, perchance, play a part in the Emperor's decision to entrust this mission unto thee and thine? That was one reason, yes. We V's would easily live to see 3 of your elven lifetimes. We were also the fiercest fighters. There are none more fit than us to stand watch over the remains of Ronka. But our duty has grown ever more perilous in the wake of the flood. Settlements such as this one were plentiful before the light claimed dominion over the land. But now? Fanaur is all that remains. our numbers dwindle year by year. Before long, there will be no one left to honor the Emperor's wishes. And you believe we are the allies for whom you have waited? You have the seal, do you not? After 3 millennia of waiting, that alone is nothing short of a miracle. Truth be told, I had begun to think you would never come. Sister? We are glad of your presence here in the Greatwood. The wisdom of Ronka is yours, should you wish it. You need only ask. Okay, we don't care about Ronka, we just want to kill the Light Warden. Where's the Light Warden? You come in search of the Light Warden. My apologies, but I do not know where it makes its lair. Uymet, do you recall any sightings of this creature? Not these past 30 summers. 30? But that would mean... How old are you, exactly? That's a rude question. Young enough to remember. With age comes knowledge. There may yet be one among us who has seen or heard of the abomination you seek. We have leave to speak with the other V's, then? But of course. Then we should split up and inquire individually. If someone knows something, I would hear it while there is yet time to act. In the name of Ronka and the late Emperor, I promise we will do all we can to assist you and yours. Let not our looks deceive you. It is true we are still in our youth, but we are older than you might think. I pray you find the knowledge you seek. Oh, what I would not give to see the Warden brought low. Can I go in the house? Aww. Can't go in the house. Hello. You seen a Light Warden? You search for the Light Warden? I cannot say I've ever laid eyes on it. Our duty is to protect the ruins, nothing more. We have no need to strike out in search of such a foe. Now. Well, so far this has been a bust. I see no reason to pursue one who poses no threat to the ruins. Be welcome, ally of Ronka. If there is anything you would ask of us, do not hesitate to ask. Okay, where's the Light Warden? You saw it? What'd you see? Light Warden? Aw. Ew. I like these staves. Staves. With little circle things. Gemstone Trader. Might as well unlock that while I'm here. The time has come for the V's to share more of our culture with the outside world, small as it has become. As my contribution to these efforts, I am happy to offer a variety of goods from the forest in exchange for any bicolor gemstones you might happen upon. Sure. Nothing too exciting at this one. Go. Aha, hello. The Light Warden? No, I have not seen it. But I have witnessed the horrors of the Lesser Eaters, how they are wont to hunt in packs and carry off their victims rather than consuming them on the spot. I suspect the Warden is a grotesque, corpulent thing, waiting patiently for its minions to bring its next meal. I have not seen the Light Warden, and I pray I never do. It seems like it's hiding somewhere and doesn't really move out on its own. Gets its minions to do its dirty work. Your coming was foretold long ago, and yet still we were unprepared for your arrival. Judging by your dress, the world beyond the Greatwood has seen much change. Much change indeed. What's wrong with my Dark Knight outfit? Culinarian. Baked Mega Piranha. That sounds terrifying. My apologies for our informal welcome. It was a dream of mine to prepare a feast for the allies of Ronka, should they one day arrive to our village. But your arrival was so unexpected, I had no time to prepare. Reading a book. An outsider? But how? By the gods! Allies of the Empire! My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. It was the Warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest in peace, told me once of its appearance in these woods. Before settling here in Fenau, she lived in a village near Rak'tika Falls, until it was destroyed by the Sin Eaters. While out on patrol one day, she spotted a swarm of the abominations, one of which was different from the rest. It was larger, for one thing, but what struck her was the way its fellows seemed to revere it. She was convinced that what she had seen was the Light Warden. You taught me something about Light Warden's possible whereabouts. Yo! Would that my mother were still with us. I'm certain she could help you find the Warden. Hello. It was not my intention to pry, but your voices carry far. I know what it is you would ask of me. Unfortunately, the answer is no. I have not seen the Light Warden. I patrol the ruins' perimeter regularly, and if it were hiding nearby, I would know about it. We had always hoped the allies of Ronka would someday come, that our duty to the Emperor might be fulfilled. I've already seen that dialogue. Alright, there was a destroyed village where it was seen a while ago. That's all we got to go on. Were you able to learn all to the Warden's whereabouts? Myriad are the tales the V's did share with me. Alas, none made mention of the Warden or its lair. Did you have any luck speaking with the V's? No one I spoke to had seen hide nor hair of the Warden, but that may not be surprising, given their disinclination to stray far from the ruins. I pray afraid the others were able to provide what I could not. An account of sightings of a particular sin eater. Some would claim to be a light warden. Kind of weird that was a quest item. I guess I wrote it down on a piece of paper. Near Rak'tika Falls? Why was I not told of this? I think I see now why it has never been spotted on our patrols. I've never heard of this Rak'tika Falls. I can but assume it lies deep within the woods of Ixmaya. Just so, but the tunnel which leads there collapsed after a rather bloody battle with the Eaters, and has not been passable for many years. We made several attempts to clear away the rubble, yet each time we were driven back. In the end, we were forced to give it up as lost, thereby making it a suitable place for the Warden to take sanctuary. There is perhaps one way to enter, though it would be at great peril to you and your companions. The Kitana Ravel, a temple to the northeast. It has been sealed for centuries, but within is a path that leads to the falls. Can it be opened? For the allies of Ronka, it can. First we must go to the Kamul Astropolis. Once the flow of magic is restored there, the path through the Kitana Ravel can be opened. This may sound a simple task, but there are certain obstacles which prevent us from attending to it ourselves, and we know not how to overcome them. The Emperor never granted our forebears leave to look upon the secrets we are charged with protecting. That we might not be tempted, the means to do so were withheld from us. But we can show you the way. The rest will be up to you. It would seem we have our work cut out for us then, shall we? Did you have to ask? We have no time to waste. If we must. We have no time to waste. Let's go. Let us be about it then. If that is your wish, it is my duty to escort you. While we attend to matters at the Kamul Astropolis, I would ask that your sisters accompany Urianger and Thancred, and share with them all they can of these woods. While we have every intention of investigating Rak'tika Falls, it is yet possible the Light Warden dwells elsewhere. With that in mind, it would behoove us to prepare an alternative course of action. That makes sense. Uimit, Simet, I leave them to you. Yes, sister. Should our present course prove false, doubt not but that Thancred and I shall find any and all possible paths forward. Okay. As long as you don't lie about them, Urianger. Got my eye on him. Again. Oh. We must make haste and see this done. The Kitana Ravel and the Light Warden await. Oh my god, quests. Excuse me, would you like some quests? Wonder how long it took Thancred to start hitting on every bunny in this village. I was wondering that, or if his flirty ways are gone now. He seems very brooding now instead. Almet stands ready to guide you through the ruins. Look to the stars. Oh, we're up to 75. Cool. What you seek lies in the heart of the Kamul Astropolis. Unfortunately, it too was sealed shut by order of His Eminence. If we are to open it, we must first look to the morning stars. Come, I will show you the way. Alright. This way. Okay, so I want to go down past the Aetheryte. Sounds like we're going to get to see a proper big ruin of the Empire. The Runka. Runka? Runka. LA-HEE. Oh, that would make a funny donation alert, wouldn't it? LA-HEE. What the frick is that? Cube. Ah. Oh, there's another thing here. Robot. Okay. Oh, it's refreshing seeing ancient robot things that aren't elegant. These are very different in appearance. That person was being pursued by Cube as well. Looking upon these structures, I cannot help but be reminded of ruins in Girabania. Yet the manner in which they appear to be suppressing the natural flow of aether is more akin to the elegant pillars in the House of the Crooked Coin. Just a living Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube. You were able to keep up, I see. Well done. Ahead lie the morning stars, 4 monuments built in tribute to the guardians of Rak'tika. Beyond them is the Great Pyramid of Uxna, where the flow of magic must be restored. It is said that the monuments are themselves the keys to opening the pyramid. Though I know not how, that is for you to discover. Another puzzle. Wonderful. I would have a closer look. You don't like puzzles? No. I like puzzles. Oh yeah. Current. To the east. Okay. Way over in a different area. I must confess, there are times when I too wonder what lies within these ruins, but I would never defy the will of the Emperor. Don't worry, we'll find out for you. It is indeed another puzzle, but for a blessing, it appears to be similar to the one we encountered at the lake. These statues are all depictions of the divine beasts mentioned on the tablet. No doubt they will open the way into the pyramid in like manner. We have but to discern the correct order. Let's split up and search the area for clues. These ruins are covered in ancient inscriptions. The answer may well be hiding among them. Indeed, it may be best to transcribe them if they are as numerous as you say. Better that than risk overlooking something. Though transcription would prove impractical for you, not being versed in Ronkan script. No matter. You will employ a different approach. Impressions. Here, I had thought to use these clay tablets to record any significant imagery we discovered, but they will serve you just as well. Take impressions of any inscriptions you find. We will start at the base of the pyramids. LA-HEE, you begin at the top. When you have finished, return here and I will translate your findings. Alright. Looking for clues. Climb. Hey, counting. LA-HEE. At this point, you've noticed that Northrite zones and the way they're connected to each other is incredibly similar to Eorzea. I did notice some similarities. I didn't think too hard about it though. Pretty cool though. Play tablet. Yeah, gimme. Took an impression. Yeah. Yes, I'm really enjoying this zone. And these ruins are just so cool, oh my god. I love how different they are than Elegant ruins. Cat down the stairs. Oh, hey, helmet. There are so many inscriptions. I scarcely know where to start. Hey, there's the owl, the symbol of their empire. Shtola! Did you find anything? I have one inscription. Here, climb. Rak'tika is Gridania. Ah, okay. Lakeland Mordona, Bilmeg Ishgard. Ah. Armorang is Uldar. Lucia is Vilbrand. That's cool. Yeah, I noticed you're more looking like Limsala Minsa. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't realise this was similar to Gridania. They did mention something about... They did compare it to the 12's wood. That's cool. Lime. Okay. Climb. 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 Thank you. That step was tough. The central city with the branching paths reminds you of North Shroud. LA-HEE. Yeah, it does actually. Cool. Alright, final pyramid. Don't look at me, Cube. Cube turned away. We're safe. We've got the 4 things. We're done. I trust you've made good use of those clay tablets. A clay tablet with impressions of ancient scripture. Well done. A moment while I decipher what you've found. Apologies for the delay. Nothing we saw at the base of the pyramids gave any hint as to the solution of the puzzle, focusing instead on how to proceed, having solved it. Your findings, on the other hand, appear to form a riddle. Once assembled, it reads as follows. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. Convenient that it rhymed once we translated it. I had assumed that the puzzle would involve a sequence, but from what Almut and I were able to gather, it is but a matter of suffusing one of the statues with aether. Question being, which one? Have you any thoughts? The Ronkins are kind of similar to the ruins of Amberpore. Ah! Why is Ishtola wearing archery gloves? Oh yeah, that is what those are. Huh. Weird. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. Such cryptic writings. How are they related to the divine beasts? Given your talent for finding solutions to vexatious problems, I think it best that you choose the statue. What say you, Melchan? Not yet. If you need more time to consider, take it, but do make haste. I would suggest seeking Olmet's counsel, but she seems rather preoccupied with reciting the riddle. At the very least, you should consider having a second look at the statues themselves. Perhaps they offer some clue as to which is the correct choice. We'll have a look at them. Here, a serpent statue. You notice it is facing away from the curl statue. Okay. Curl is facing away from the serpent. The Calibri is facing south towards the woods. The owl's facing north. The Oppo is facing towards the wolf. The Rubik's Cube is attacking me. Boom! Right. This one was facing towards the wolf, and is the wolf facing the monkey? Yeah. Okay. Not sure what that means. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. These two are kind of going different ways. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. These two are averting thy gaze from each other. These two are coming together to share despair. Mark the crown, heed its call. Crown? Maybe it's a block pushing puzzle. You have to push them all together. Mark the crown, heed its call. Alright, so I think I have to figure out which one's the crown. Maybe it's the owl, since it's looking at the Great Pyramid? Alright, I'm gonna guess it's the owl. That's my guess. We shall find out. Right then, after you have selected a statue, I will imbue it with the required ether. Should it prove to be a trap, I am more than capable of warding off any malign magics it may contain. Now, which statue will it be? Might I hear the riddle one more time? ... Owl. Alright, I pray this works. The aether has been absorbed. You really do have a talent for these things. Grrr. Curious what would happen if you got it wrong, actually. A moment. Maintaining my wards has proven more taxing than anticipated. The way should be clear now. Come, let us... oh, why is this cut off? Someone approaches. Sister! Sister! Simon? What are you doing here? What has happened? Your Moran soldiers! They have entered Ixmar! Oh god. Frickin' your Morans. She gets a little shock. Like she touched an outlet or something? Ah, okay. I spared her from the shocks. Your Moran soldiers? And what of the blessed? Nothing specific, but it seems the Yulmorans had little interest in Slitherbow or its people. According to our scouts, their general and his men made all haste for the gate to Ixmarja upon finding it. Together with Thancred, Uimet and some few others have engaged them at the border. You are to return and assist Uimet at once. They are not to set foot near the ruins or for now. We will see to matters here and return as quickly as we can. Understood? Yes, sister. Be careful. Though I knew time was short, I did not expect the Yulmorans to move so swiftly. But we have come too far to turn back now. Oh. You brute forced it, so you got it wrong quite a bit. Aww. Poor Ishtola. I swear, if the Yulmorans harm so much as a hair on the heads of the blessed... Aww. They are her children, just like the twins are mine. Mikasa Topasa? Almet would have you hurry to the pyramid. Time is against us, friend. Quickly, into the pyramid. I was expecting a dungeon, but well, the other characters aren't here. Ooh. Yeah, the fact that Ishtola chose Matoya as her name, yeah. Pretty sweet. Oh god, these things are horrifying looking. They have faces on them where they shouldn't. I don't like it. No sir. No, I don't like it. Really nice lighting in these rooms. Ishtola gradually turning into Matoya is a running theme. Yeah, it's really cool. I like it. The Confessional of Tupasa the Elder. Well. Our way has been barred. Again. I am beginning to lose my patience. Uh-oh. Shtola's getting angry. The switch should be through these doors, in the Confessional of Tupasa the Elder. But why is it not open? Magic appears to be flowing through the walls, but it's being obstructed as it approaches the door. Is it not strange that only one of these pedestals bears an owl statue? Someone steal the other owl. Who took it? Was it Link? This place really reminds me of a Zelda dungeon. Strange indeed. The second statue was lightly hidden to keep the door sealed. We can cover more ground if we split up. Almet, take the chamber to the south. Melchan, the one to the east. I will search the chamber to the west. These people really like owls. Just gonna go say hi to them if they're hanging out here. And it will of course be in the one I check. Because I am Warrior of Light. Hey Stola. Ooh, that's shiny. Still no sign of the statue. It has to be around here somewhere. Okay, well I don't think that's it, so... you're entranced? Okay, that's fair. It is quite pretty. Hello, where is, what's her name? Oh, there's a little box here. Block pushing puzzle. God, this is such a Zelda area. You gotta push the blocks onto the right things and, I don't know where she is. Funny girl. Oh, she's in here. I can spot trespassers from 400 yards away, and yet this simple statue eludes me. How embarrassing. Don't worry, it's going to be in my area, so... Uh-oh, can I not go up this way? Rude. I thought I could do a circle around. Fine. Guess I'll go all the way around. Curious what this little room is. Yeah, even the map. Like, look at that map. That is so Zelda. I love it. Now drink some water while we run. I was going to say there's an owl over this door, but not the other one. But no, there are owls everywhere. These people really liked owls. Not seeing anything to click here. Well, maybe it's in that tiny little room over here. LA-HEE. Oh, I see. You can drop down there. I better not do that. Statue! Gimme. Is this where we trigger an ancient trap? I've looked everywhere and... Wait, is that... The statue! You found it! It looks light enough. We need but return it to the other altar, no? One might assume so, but nothing about these ruins has ever been quite so simple. I sensed a strange energy emanating from the eyes of the statues in the corridors of this place. Should this figure be moved, it would not surprise me for them to suddenly stir to life. Ugh. A trap, then, for the unsuspecting as they attempt to return this to its rightful place. Precisely. Caution would serve us well here. Which is why I would ask you to deliver this statue to the main chamber. What? An abundance of magic yet courses through these walls. For my eyes, distractingly so. I believe yours, on the other hand, would more aptly perceive the traps for what they are. Alright then, we will meet you at the door to the confessional of Tupasa the Elder. Deliver the owl statuette. 2 minutes. Be wary of attacks from enemies. Beware the stare of those statues, Mo-chan. I dare not think what will happen should they catch sight of you. This sounds horrifying. Would that I could bear the statuette in your stead, but it is not my place. Take care, and beware the owls. Oops, I dropped it. Okay. Conveniently, there's just another one here. I don't like. Avoid the gaze of the statues. Or what happens? I've got to know what happens. What happens? Oh! They teleport the statue from my hands. That's kind of cute. Hi, don't ask why the statue's here again. Don't ask, don't tell. I wonder if you could jump down there and go the other path if you really wanted. That would be a very long path though, so yeah. This song's really good once it gets going, I reckon. Alright, this way. I have to go around here, I think. Victory! I delivered the statue! Memes aside, this is one of your favourite area themes. Yeah, it's actually really good. The statue is returned, but was that enough? I believe it was. I can see ether flowing to the door now. Yeah. Open up, open up, open up. I pray this means an end to the tricks and traps of these ruins. Well done. I don't think Ishtola would enjoy playing La Milana. I don't think she would like that game at all. The sooner we can enter the Kitana Ravel, the better. You are but one step from entering the Kitana Ravel, but I must warn you, this last step is without question the most perilous. Overcome this final trial, and the path forward will be open to you. A path laden with more puzzles and traps, I'm sure. Did the Emperor always take such pleasure in wasting the time of his allies? Let us end this, Mel-chan, while time is yet on our side. Let us do what needs to be done and quit this place. With precious little time. Legend of the Not-So-Hidden Temple. Ah, I love it. I love that show. Elmet wishes to offer you words of warning. Before we enter, I would tell you of the trial that awaits you. The chamber is said to be filled with all manner of devices to keep trespassers away from the switch. The most potent being wards of displacement. They may very well force you into danger. Should we become separated, please use these. Whisper weeds. They will allow us to communicate no matter where we may find ourselves. I think Mel-chan and I can work out how to use these well enough. Thank you. Alright, Mel-chan. The sooner we finish here, the sooner we can return to the others. Well, this sounds like fun. Guess we'll do that and then finish up the stream, because it's getting late. I will do all I can to assist you, but I cannot guarantee your safety once we enter. Shall we get this over with? Legend of the Not-So-Hidden Temple. Ooh. We must hurry, before the Yomoran soldiers gain any ground. Ooh. This looks cool. Wait, do you see those sentinels? They are made to curse any who enter the pyramid. It is said to be seen by them is to be seen by death. Beware their gaze. Oh, that's lovely. Okay. Oh, there's one right there. We must deal with them quickly before the curse can take hold. Curse of the Ronka. I'm doubting myself, apparently. You begin to question the point of living. Ah! This curse was not as potent as I dared imagine, but I suggest we avoid another confrontation. Its effects no doubt grow with every invocation. 29 minutes? Oh my god, okay. That's, gonna last a while. A plague of ancient anathema clutters your thoughts, spurring you to deny your very existence. Increased exposure will eventually lead to madness and death. Cheery place. Sister, can you hear me? 2 soldiers have broken through our defenses. Follow them. They are not to reach this temple, understood? A pair of soldiers somehow made it past my sisters, no doubt on their way here. All the more reason we should hurry, then. Depression be like that sometimes. Oh, this place looks so cool. Another sentinel. Its movement is somehow different from before. Find a place to hide? I don't see any places off the path here. Run away. It's a stealth mission. Okay, hide here. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Yeah. Oh god, they're big. Big boys. They're massive. How are we to get around them? I will draw their attention with a glamour. It will not last long. The moment they are distracted, we must run with all haste. Wait, sprint's not off cooldown yet. Make ready to run. It's all big. They're invincible. Ugh. A teleportation device? This should end well. Thanks for the positivity, Ishtola. Oh god. Mochan? Olmert? Can anyone hear me? We have been sent to separate chambers. Dismissed. Poison. And it has nullified my magic. These markings on the floor, I think they show the way out. Arrow. Oh god. It's on. Oh. Okay. Okay. Back to the entrance. It's one of those Pokemon spinner mazes. Whee! This one. Oh wait, no, that's a teleporter! Frick. Finally, fresh air. How fare you two? We have to keep moving. I'm getting there. Okay, that's yeah, okay, this way. Grrr. I did it. Somehow we are still in one piece. That means little to the others if we do not hurry. Oh, this corridor looks cool. Ah! No, not a boulder. What was that noise? It's a boulder! Of course it's a boulder! Why aren't we running? Run! I'm trying to. There, that crevice in the wall. There's another one! Oh, frick! Ow! Wait and see. Oh, I'm gonna wait, okay? You two have fun. I'm waiting. This is so silly. I love it. I heard a crunch noise. Is that okay? Is everything okay? Take a leap of faith? Ah! This is awesome. Well, there is no going back now. I pray it is not much further. Sister, they have reached the temple. I fear they are too fast for us. Be careful of the traps inside. We are nearly there. It is unheard of for anyone to outpace the V's. What is this man who comes after you? Could it be Ranjit? If so, we have precious little time. Yeah, he really is just a jerk, isn't he? Really thought I'd get out of here without an Indiana Jones sequence. Legend of Zelda Jones. This area is so cool. Another door. Wonderful. I can but imagine what awaits us inside. Ishtola's enjoying this, definitely. Oh, range it? Okay. Hi. Or is it an illusion? Kill your friend first. Resistance is futile? You're not a Borg. Why are you saying that? Oh yeah, I can give you Black and Knight. Oh, no I can't. Only works on me. Sad. Oh yeah, Ishtola's Black Mage now. Stack marker! I fear this is going nowhere. Umit, Simit, you know what to do. At once, sister. What you doing? They're chaining him. We will hold him here. Quickly, make for the heart of Tupasa. Okay. I thought that was all that was going to be like an illusion or something. I have no idea how he caught up with us so quickly. More sentinels? Go, Mo-chan, while I draw their attention. But I'm the tank. You're not a tank. I'm a tank. I got the thing!
It seems to be working.
General, hold on!
What did you do? What did you do?
Expertly done.
I love Ishtola. She's actually not a black mage. She's the only known magic user who uses all 6 of the elements. Wow. Even red mages only use 4. Damn. She's strong. That's pretty cool.
How was I to know that that would happen? It looked like any other part of the floor.
How was I to know? Push him in.
Might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain? We poisoned a number of villagers in Slitherbow with a toxin brewed for us by the children.
Alright, we're listening.
This is the antidote.
Is it?
I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are, and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Now. Try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Eventually, someone will come to our rescue. Or yours. Promise us safe passage, and we'll give you the antidote.
And what does Ranjit think of all this?
Do we have a deal?
We do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours.
Yeah. I was gonna laugh and guess that they were gonna do that. Just to show how evil Ranjit is. Ooh. But what about Ishtola?
Do not fail.
Hmm?
How noble and pointless.
Is everyone all right? What in the...
Oriage! At once! Down with you!
Where is Ishtola?
Right, I'm also Dragoon. I should be able to just jump over the gap. Here. Oh, is that what Oriange did? Rescue? Oh, that's cool. It'd be so nice when the game finally lets you kick Ranjit's teeth in. Yeah. Oh, God, he sucks. I hate him. I've failed you. Words fail to express my shame. We should have tried harder to repel them. Why would she do such a thing? Because she cares about the people of the village. I wish told her. Had we been but a few steps faster. Thankfully, Ranjit's cohorts had the good sense to fall back. Ulmet should be here soon with word from Fanau. We should hold our position here until she arrives. Wow. She's definitely dead. Definitely. It's the aftermath. Ulmet is strangely quiet. Ulmet, please tell me you know if that hole might lead out into the woods somewhere. Were there another means of exiting the temple, there is no question that we would know of it. But I fear that is of little consequence, for we have tried to mark the depth of the pit, and failed. To fall from such a height. Sister, I come bearing news. The Ulmoran soldiers and the children have fled Ixmar. They abandoned Slitherbow as well, though they yet remain in the swamps near Lakeland. Unfortunately, a number of the Blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. One we believed to be of their order was found lost in Ixmaja, feverish and badly wounded. He was taken to Fanau for treatment, but I fear there is little we can do for him. He and the other Blessed will not last long without an antidote. Then we must act quickly. If you have a spare vial, Minfilia and I can deliver it to the Blessed at Slitherbow. You and Oriange should return to Fanau and tend to the wounded villager there. What about Ishtola? That will be fine. I know it seems callous of us to leave, but she leaped into that hole for a reason. We have to save the Blessed, whatever it takes. Alright. My sisters and I will remain here. We must be certain no soldiers are still lurking about. Come, Melchan. Let not Ishtola's sacrifice be in vain. To Fanau. Quest accepted. Yeah, I think you can't use rescue on trust NPCs at all. I tried it in the first dungeon I was just curious if it would work. You know, I don't think it worked. Well, let's turn this in and then finish up the stream for today. Made a lot of progress. That whole temple bit was very cool. very, very neat. Up down here. Runa! Runa! Heavens forfend. Runa. 'Twas he who forestalled the Ulmoran's procession, and in so doing, afforded thee time to reverse the temple. Quickly, the antidote. Quickly, Melchan. I fear he hath precious little time. Special restorative uniquely crafted to cure poisons, concocted by the children of the everlasting dark. The edgy children. Runa still appears visibly pained. Perhaps he requires another dose of medicine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it not gonna work? The medicine seems to take effect as the colour slowly creeps back to his cheeks. Master Matoya. It would appear the worst hath passed, though his wounds yet want for mending. I shall minister to him forthwith. Money. In good faith, Oriange stands over Runa, ready to begin his ministrations. Rest, Melchan, I prithee. I shall attend to Runa's ministrations. Quest accepted. Rest. Teens of the everlasting angst. Yes. Hi.
Runa, thank goodness.
We delivered the antidote to Slitherbow, and from what we could gather on the way here, the Ulmorans have had the good manners to withdraw. Thank the gods they did, or we would never have made it here in time. I'm told we have Runar and his comrades to thank for keeping the soldiers occupied prior to their retreat. They were preparing to come for you and Y'shtola, it seems, when Runar rallied the villagers and pursued them out of Slitherbow.
In the care of the Vis. Thou art safe now, friend. Pray, rest thee a while longer.
No. No, I am all right. Somewhat heavy of limb, perhaps, but otherwise well, I assure you. I am glad to see you are all safe. When we realized where the soldiers were headed, we knew something had to be done.
Oh, I like Runa.
I do not see Master Matoya. She was with you, yes? What happened to her?
She's fine. I cannot say for certain, but it was she who secured the antidote. She saved the Knights Blessed, albeit at a cost. I can't say for certain.
Spare me your riddles and speak plain. Where is Master Matoya? No. No. That cannot be.
Aww. Yeah, I really like Runa.
Why'd she do such a thing? Was there no other way? I cannot believe that she... We must begin the search immediately. I will come with you. What are you waiting for? We must find her. She could be trapped, or hurt, or... She is alive. She is alive, damn you!
Forgive me for interrupting, but our scouts have apprehended an intruder. We thought perhaps he might be an associate of yours.
It's him.
Oh, look who it is.
Wow, this is embarrassing. In my defense, they are surprisingly tenacious. So, what trouble have you gotten yourselves into this time?
It's too bad Y'shtola isn't a known teleporter. Oh wait, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Emmett Sulk is such a fun character. He's such an interesting villain. He's like the complete opposite of Ranjit.
What an intriguing turn of events. My condolences, by the way. It is never easy to lose the ones we love. Well, she is dead, isn't she? Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so.
That you should be indifferent to her loss is no surprise. But to us, she was a friend. The best of friends.
Aww.
You have something on your mind. What is it?
I'm beginning to wonder what really happened when she fell. After she fell, there was a powerful gust of wind, as if from nowhere. Pretty much the same thing. It was a powerful gust of wind.
Pray recount to us again that which thou witnessed in the ruins, omitting not the slightest detail. Flow.
Oh gosh, she didn't use flow again, did she?
The teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Uldar after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect.
Oh no. Watch this plotline before stopping? Depends on how much longer it is. Ishtola, you need to stop throwing yourself into the live stream at the slightest sign of danger. Goddamn. Yes. Hey, Blazing Blade? Alright, well, alright, I'll keep on with it then.
Interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the live stream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination. I felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents.
Then I fear she may yet be lost to us. For it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river.
Maybe the Fae can help us?
Ah, very well. I'll go and fetch her.
Or him, I guess?
Perhaps a clear and unambiguous act of kindness will serve to win the trust you seem so determined to deny me.
How can you not trust that face? She can't cast teleport while moving. Okay. That makes sense. As to why she didn't do a normal teleport. By the blessed dark, there is yet hope. Would it truly be within his power to pluck Ishtola from the lifestream as he claimeth? 'Tis a feat beyond even the greatest practitioners of the arcane. Yet if he would attempt it, we cannot well stand in his way. Though I am loath to trust him, I suppose we have no choice. For now, at least. Do you really think he can bring her back? I confess, I do not fully understand what is happening here. But I gather we were right to bring this man to you? I'm relieved to know he is an acquaintance of yours, though I see you are not close. If he should displease you, we'll be happy to deal with him. We found him asleep in the shade of a tree near the ruins. That's amazing. A fine way to behave when one's companions are in dire straits. They put all the villain personality into him and there was none left for Ranjit. The Ulmoran soldiers are unlike anything I've ever seen. Their leader especially, to outpace even our swiftest hunters. He is not to be taken lightly. Just such an insufferable gremlin, yep. Now then, if I'm to fetch her for you, I will require a suitable place to work. We must find somewhere that resonates strongly with the live stream. And by we, I mean you. To that end, I give you this, an ethereal lamp of my own design. Keep it close as you venture out into the woods. The brighter the glow, the stronger the location's resonance with the live stream. Once you've found a likely spot, all you need do is whistle. You do know how to whistle, don't you, hero? Just put your lips together and blow. Search the area marked on your map. Okay. Well, what are you standing around here for? Get searching. You do want to save her, don't you? Alright, well, go use our lamp. This way. Such a troll to everyone. Our frenemy, yes. Does not give a flying F for the sanctity of your little forest. He's just having a nap. A curious lamp fashioned by Emmett Silk. It seems to resonate with the live stream. It glows faintly. Alright. We've got a game of hot and cold. Near blinding. Perhaps now would be a good time to call for Emmett Silk. Okay. Gimme Emmett Silk. Gimme. Where's our little Emmett Silk? I love his terrible posture.
Yes, this place should serve well enough. Might I have a little space? I need to concentrate.
Okay, but sorry about the music. LA-HEE.
Was her soul again?
Really weird how FF14 villains are either well written or boring. Yeah, they seem to have trouble being consistent with the villains, I think.
Ah, there you are.
Click your finger and make a cat girl appear. Is she naked again? Yep. Poor Estrella. Oh, wait, no. No, yep, she naked. You like the Endwalker villains? Ah, that's good.
He's done it. He's brought her back.
Equipped her outfit for her. Amazing.
Y'shtola, are you all right?
Yes, though I cannot imagine how. What happened?
It's hard to explain.
Thou didst invoke the power of flow, which thence did usher thy soul unto the life stream.
I wanted to save the antidote, and after that... I did something exceedingly reckless, for which you will just have to forgive me.
As long as you didn't lose another one of your senses this time.
Master Matoya. Oh, thank the heavens, you're all right.
Aww.
I had nearly given up hope.
Aww. Rena is so sweet.
Please, Renard, dry your tears. What would the others think if they saw you like this?
Imagine if that snap that clothed her also inexplicably removed Thancred's clothes. Yeah.
Come now. Did you really think I would go gently into that dark night with so much left undone? So many mysteries left unsolved?
Is there aught you wish to say to me? A word of thanks, perhaps?
I guess.
Selk, the Ascian of whom I spoke. 'Twas he who plucked thee from the life stream.
I see. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful. But let us turn our attention to more important matters, such as the Katana Ravel. You had better not have explored its depths without me.
No. Heavens no. In fact, I was awaiting your return. I would have known where to start. I'll tell you after you've got some rest. Waiting your return. Because I knew she wasn't dead. Need to unlock the ability to smell Aether now. Yes.
Well, Almet and the others should be pleased to see you in such uncharacteristically high spirits. Let us return to Fanoff then, and discuss the coming expedition.
Emmett Silk is such an interesting dude. hi. You're still here. What a touching reunion that was. It fair brought a tear to the eye. But as we both know, such tender moments are nothing if not momentary. Before long, they will remember their many differences and return to squabbling. You're wrong, they're better than that, says the Archbringer of Chaos. They're better than that. Oh, if I had a guild for every time one of you heroes made that claim. But seriously, we Ascians do what we do for the greater good, for the rejoining. Though we may sow the seeds of chaos, it is man who tends them, he who reaps their bountiful harvest. But I grow tired of these arguments. If you would kindly refrain from retorting and return to your customary brooding silence, I will take it as thanks for rescuing your companion and leave it at that. Now, we mustn't keep your friends waiting. My brooding silence. I should really stop. Maybe we'll turn in this quest and then we'll stop. It's a good sign when I keep streaming just kind of a bit too long when I'm playing Shadowbringers, because I'm having a really good time. It's good. Hi. The whole gang's here. I told you, I tire of these inane arguments. Shouldn't you be ready to slay the next Light Warden or something? With your friend returned, you will resume your exploration of the ruins, yes? But say the word, and we shall assist you. We are both gladdened and relieved to see your companion returned hale and whole. It was fate who brought you to us, and fate who returned your companion to you. She yet smiles on Ronka, I'm sure of it. Though I struggle to form the words, I am glad that Emic Selk was here. We can but pray Y'shtola never does anything so reckless again. Urianger once told me that being immersed in the live stream can cause irreparable harm to the body. Do you suppose Y'shtola is alright? Yeah, that's what I'm worrying. In all of history, there are but few who have returned from a misadventure in the ethereal sea possessed of mind and body both. Who have done so twice beggareth belief. 'Tis plain Y'shtola wanteth not for favour among the 12. By all that is dark, Master Matoya is returned. She stands here before me, yet still I cannot believe it. Oh, I really like Runa. A good stopping point? Okay. I'll turn this in and then I'll end the stream. My apologies for having put you all through such an ordeal. I could see no other way to save the Knights Blessed. Happily, both they and I yet live. Thanks to you. But our work here is not yet done. We must make ready to enter the Kitana Ravil and put the Light Warden to the sword. I guess that's gonna be a dungeon. Oh, that's the ending of this this area. Oh, I want to keep going. I need to stop though. All right, we'll do that next time. Look at all these fun characters. That was a really good chunk of story. Alright, thank you all very much for watching. I can't wait to play more. Shadowbringers has been really good. Okay, who can I raid? Sakura Tsubasa is playing 2 Point Hospital. That sounds like fun. I think I'll send you all over to her. raid Sakura Tsubasa. And I will see you all next time. Thank you for watching. See ya.